It's okay. No. Don't be jealous. Practice it and feel it and make it your own. Instead of being tricked and manipulated by thoughts, we can go deeper and deeper into relaxation and primordial presence. All right. Everyone meditate okay? How is your meditation? My phone screen died yesterday, so I had to rush to the shop at night and to get it replaced. Not the phone, just the screen. And I experienced at those moments, and it's something I've been thinking about recently as well, how these attachments get built up to the things that we identify with, that we carry with us. And then these things that we attach to life can become very stressful and confusing when something happens to those things. What if I lose access to my accounts? What if I'm not able to do my work or to do my live streaming in the way that I usually do? And then even when something hasn't gone wrong, there's this need to protect and to carry. There's also an anxiety and a heaviness with that. So I don't know who it was that said it, but something like, lay down your burdens, lay down your attachments, lay down that which makes you heavy. Yeah, the rain got to it. What about it, T. O'Neill? Oh, don't lay down your burdens onto or towards anyone, just put them down. And if you can't just put them down, then you can try to give them away to someone else. There's a difference between misbehaving and intentionally misbehaving. So we have to be really clear about what we're choosing to do. And Westerners, we have a lot. We're lacking very deeply in innocence and in naturalness. We can be very contrived, very conniving, very independent. An ego that's very located in the body, located in just my ego. But for the Asian community, Buddhist community, the ego can be much more spread out, considering about the others, considering about the society. T. O'Neill, I'm calm because I'm practicing mindfulness and detachment. So don't be like that. Be good, be generous, be not necessarily respectful, but respectful too, and reverence. Reverence for life, reverence for humanness. We go through phases, a lot of phases, so try not to get too worked up by what you're going through. What you're going through is just a temporary happening, temporary coming together of different causes and conditions to feel that way, to seem that way, to be excited or depressed in that way. So actually it's not very important. We should be here to learn, because that's what's being taught here. we should learn to be found. This is the way of being found. So like we hear the bird songs, we hear the sounds of the birds. Found, found, found. I'm not lost anymore. You can say, I know where I am, but also it's just found. The I is so unnecessary a lot of the time. So we add it in, we add it up a little bit too much, the I. And then it's like we're investing in the I problem. We're making up problems, we're investing in problems, because we're investing in separation. Investing in a dream that, we're going to have to, we are waking up from. And your greatest asset, your greatest possession is this body, your body. And your body is very vulnerable and very temporary. Your body is not as reliable as it seems to be. So when we sit still like this, we're breathing and aware and the body's not moving. What is the mind like? How is it for you to be with your mind? To embrace your mind, to know how to navigate your mind without all of the, distractions. What's that like for you? What's that experience like? And it's really important that we know that, because we have to know how to deal with our own mind, even more than we have to deal with our own body. The mind is always there. You always have to deal with the mind, even when you go to sleep, even when the body disappears, the mind is there. So knowing how to face and embrace and be with the mind in all its different aspects and different styles and appearances is really important. We hear about these bad things going on in the world, people taking advantage of one another, violence, a lot of sexual things going on. That's all our mind. That's all inside of us. We make up these stories to separate ourselves from those situations and those experiences, but it's all us, And we've created a lot of society, a lot of community where we're taught to hit ourselves in the face, because we're taught to punish, we're taught to blame, we're taught to shame. We love lynching. We have to remember that. I don't know what it was like in Australia, but in America, a big part of, we talk about white culture, white American culture. A big part of white American culture is lynching black people. And that's kind of turned into lynching in general, the celebration of lynching. Someone did something bad, someone's black, someone else that we like, that they don't like, etc. So we torture these people. We torture their whatever represents them. And in many ways we've learned to torture ourselves. That's been institutionalized in our own mind. So the spiritual path and process is a very humbling one. You know, you get humbled. Yeah, people love it. I mean, let's be honest, white people, or especially white Americans, love lynching. I have in the past. Ooh. So whatever it is, for you to be ready to let go of that, you know, for you to be ready to burn, well, it's bigger than black and white, like Little Baby said. It's a problem with the whole way of life. Amitofo. But this is the thing, isn't it? It's not a matter of 200 years ago, it's a matter of now. And, you know, all of this is. There's no separation, you know, and it's like, well, why would you bring that up? Well, what else could we bring up if we're talking about our society and our community? Coca-Cola, Donald Trump, TikTok, YouTube. You know, so this situation that was going on at that time, and how short the American culture and country has been around, it's a major part of who we are. It's a major part of our culture. It's like for black Americans and for white Americans, slavery is a just as big a part of our culture as McDonald's. And not, you know, not just slavery, but the racial, because we like to talk, you know, we want to talk about something, we want to have something to sit down and connect about, racial discrimination and all that, and class discrimination, you know. Yeah, and really, in America, there was no, okay, Alex, thank you. In America, there was no reparations. And Alex, that's very auspicious, because whatever MX is, I don't know what MX is, but it shows up in USD as 108. And 108 is a very auspicious Buddhist number for whatever reason. There were no reparations in America. There was no community healing in America. There was no coming to terms with what was going on in America. That sounds interesting, Miller. Well, one of the things that you definitely have learned, Miller, from that practice, and I have to be honest, I'm always a little bit, I'm always a little bit taken aback when people, you know, show up or share who've kind of accomplished something or developed themselves in some way, and, are listening to me because, I'm just ultimately not that impressive, and a lot of the people who join are, you know, younger people that like to play and troll and just feel happy to be around someone else who's a little bit funny. But one thing that you've definitely learned, Miller, is the importance of consistency, and patience, I'm sure, in doing that kind of exercise, because you're not going to finish a 100-mile race in 5 minutes, in 10 minutes, in 20 minutes, in 30 minutes. You're not going to get to the end of the road anytime soon. And so that's a real deep lesson of consistency, the need for consistency, and also how essential patience is. You can't rush. You can't rush a 100-mile race. And so this way of spiritual practice, or way of mindfulness and detachment, or way of Buddhism is also something that you can't rush it. You can put forth great effort and reap great blessings and reap great consequences. Sometimes our suffering and our difficulties are actually blessings. But in terms of getting success in Buddhist practice, you have to find a teacher that you resonate with, or really it's mainly a teacher, and you have to understand the principle of that. You have to understand the principle of, it's like you're a boxer and you want to be the best boxer that you can be. You naturally know, because you take this seriously, that there are boxers that are way more experienced than you. And it's a very rough analogy, because the reason that those boxers are much more experienced than you is because they don't think like this as much as we do, as much as normal people do, right, better and worse. And so you understand that principle, and then you're kind of climbing the ladder and working to identify and connect with these active boxers. And then you're comparing and contrasting. You want to have access, so you want to be able to communicate, not just consume. And all of that done together under the umbrella of self-sacrifice. So this, my perspective, is more of a wisdom-oriented perspective and approach. Whereas a lot of the Buddhist teachers or Buddhist groups will be more like samadhi or self-healing, or, we just want to be a better Mark Zuckerberg. And I'm not really, I guess if Mark Zuckerberg wanted me to be his teacher, I'd do whatever he wants, right? But I'm not really in the mental framework of, let's be a better version of ourselves. It's more like, how can we see through ourselves, and how much better it is to be able to do that than not. Yeah, what happens as we orient in this way, and it is mysterious, isn't it? Who's this guy? What's he talking about? What's this feeling? What's this sense of energy? I'm just feeling what I'm feeling, you're just feeling what you're feeling. I don't know. We're connecting in that. And that I don't know what you're feeling, you don't know what I'm feeling, and yet feeling is taking place, connection is taking place. Where it's just not that interesting to get drunk or to get high or to take psychedelics, because your experience is it's already so multifaceted and changing. It's so open, it's so flexible. And for me, it's like I want to be in the best position possible to engage and to step forward and to take care and to nurture. I say it like this: I want to be ready to be around children. I want to live in a way where if a child was sitting with me or following me or depending upon me, that there would be no problems in anything that I do. So drinking alcohol, getting high, even watching scary movies or listening to, ridiculous music that's so common out there, it's just not a good idea, or not what I'm interested in. And that's actually the sign of progress. The sign of progress is when you're no longer rejecting that pleasurable, interesting, exciting, trippy thing, but you're not interested in that anymore. Like for me, I'm a young man. Some people say a quite dashing young man, and I'm here in Malaysia. Why don't I go pick up some women? Why don't I go to the bar? Why don't I go and have some drinks and have a good time? I'm not rejecting that. I'm not like against that, like that's wrong or something, but it's really not that interesting. It's not that drawing to go and get drunk and disassociated and listening to music and just trying to, connect with other drunk people, or connect with other people that are there to get drunk, or to find a sexual partner, to just have fun. It's not, I don't really want to deal with that. And so the same can be applied to you, drinking a bunch of beer and getting drunk and then being hungover, or smoking a bunch of weed and then being hungover, or whatever it is that you might do. Or you're used to having relationships with people that are not aligned at all, with where your heart is, with what you're interested in. And so we have to learn how to be alone, or how to be alone together. Or one of the best things is find a way to volunteer, find a way to do service, so that we can be engaged and not bound up in these interpersonal, ego-based relationships and contracts with other people. That's why generosity is such a gift. It's like, I don't know how many people are following this or taking this seriously, right? But it could be a handful of people, right? It could be 5, 10, 15, 20, 30 people, something like that, right? And so if I'm showing up and I'm giving all that I can give, and I'm, in all kinds of different ways, acting completely, crazy, and then also speaking in a calm, stable, meditative way, you know what I mean? That's going to be very difficult to do, to just give like that, to give freely, if I have this interpersonal, contractual, ego-based relationship with all these people. It's going to be impossible, right? And so that ego that we build up, that's about these interpersonal, contractual relationships with other people, is way overrated. And it's a plan, it's a project, it's something that's doomed to fail. If you just think about it in terms of beauty, I'm sure many of the women here can relate to that. But you grow up, you're a young woman, all the men are looking at you, all the men are feeding you, feeding this idea of your beauty and your specialness and your how fresh, how important, how wonderful you are because of your beauty, right? And then what happens? You're not a young girl, you're not a young woman anymore. So I'm not saying that you're not beautiful anymore, but it's a different thing, isn't it? And that thing that was there before, and all that energy and all that attachment that might have been built up, where does that go? Well, for a lot of women, it goes to depression, anxiety, becoming like a witch, becoming jaded and angry and frustrated at the world, or doing all of this plastic surgery. I mean, I'm out here in Southeast Asia, so they're not shy. A lot of the times they're not shy about their plastic surgery, and most of the time it just doesn't hit. It doesn't work. They mess themselves up. All out of this desire to perpetuate this ego game that's actually not that necessary. You know what I mean? We don't need to have a big ego to be kind and to be patient and to know how to be with ourselves, or to just, do what you do. Relax and watch some TikTok. Relax and play some games. If it was this do or die, black or white thing, the world would have blown up a long time ago. Children growing up today would just be gone. I don't know where they'd go, but they'd be gone. Because a lot of young people are growing up with children, with adults, with parents that don't have any time for them, that are totally addicted to their smartphones, and babies whose life is kind of established in using a tablet. And we say, the parents say, well, I'm open, I'm flexible. I think that it's a cool thing. It's an interesting thing. Most of the time, the parents just don't have time to nurture and be with the child. So you have to put something there, right? You have to put some kind of entertainment there, and we need more than that as human beings. We need more consideration than that. We need more depth than that. So the tablet could be fine, but what's on the tablet? Oh, whatever they find, whatever some random person puts on YouTube, Cocomelon or etc. Not to get into that stuff, but so, what's being invited, because I'm not just a non-dualist. I'm not just here to talk about, the truth of your mind. I'm also here to tell you what I think. I'm also here to share my understanding. I'm also here to share my experience of being a human being. Not just that all is one, or one is all, or nothing, nothing, nothing. Okay. Spiced, that's great. Good job, Spiced. And I appreciate that. So the ego, the teaching here is the ego is a dead-end street. It doesn't matter how much you build up or work out your ego, you're not going to be satisfied. Now what we can do, and this is what a lot of people are worked up with nowadays, we can, what's the Jay Shetty? The Jay, or Jay Guapo, or not Jay Shetty. Jay Guapo. Anyways, what we can do is we can do a little dance, or we can put on a little outfit, and we can put a little music on it, and we can do a little bit of an edit, and we're going to feel juiced up. Just like how we watch an anime, or we watch something like that, and we say, wow, this is incredible, this is amazing. But that's not who we really are. That's not what our lives are really like. You're never going to be able to rely on an anime edit or yourself in a fancy outfit getting pictures taken of you with six-pack abs when you're trying to go to sleep at night, when you're raising your child, when you're now dealing with a serious illness. You find out you have lung cancer, you find out you have brain cancer, you find out you have autoimmune disease, you find out that your parent or your partner or whoever it was wasn't who they thought that they were. None of that stuff is going to help. And so this teaching and this encouragement is also to like take on some responsibility, not just for yourself, but for the world. You know, so even if you're a young person, that when you encounter or come across other young people, that you can be there for them. You know, that you can bring this sense of caring, cooperation, protection, sharing, you know, depth. That's not about what you say or what you think. It's much deeper than that. Reality is much deeper than what we know and what we understand. You know, you just, the thing is that our brains are like evolutionary. There's a lot of things that we can't understand. So like we can understand the difference in size between a grape and an orange, or we can understand the difference in size between an orange and a tree, or we can understand the difference in size between a tree and like a tiny house, right? And then we can understand the difference in size between a tiny house and like a big building. Then we can understand the difference between a big building and a skyscraper, right? We can understand all that. We're smart. But the metric that we're using, the tool that we're using to understand these differences in scope, not just physical size, but scope, is based on this body. So when it comes to me or you understanding the difference between this body and the moon, we don't really know what we're talking about. And in the scope of the galaxy, I'm not talking about the universe, but this solar system, the moon is like nothing. The moon is like a piece of sand. It's not even like a piece of sand. And then in terms of this, you know, galactic system, not even the universe, this galaxy, this solar system is like a piece of sand. It's like nothing. So all of that, maybe you feel goosebumps, I do, all of that, and then you bring this principle, there's no separation in any of that. That separation is just a thought. So like just to look at it in a physical way, right? The physical experience of this body being together and not exploding or not dissolving or not melting, right, is entirely because of the environment that it's in. This environment and this body inter-are. Just like, it's like the body, the human body is like not different from sprouting from the earth, coming out of the earth and being nourished from the sun. So with that scope and that principle, the matter of fact is uncomprehendable, unbelievable, fantastical, amazing, wonderful, out of this world. And that's just being a human being. You don't need a car, you don't need an AI, you don't need a smartphone, you don't need any special nuclear technology for that incredibleness to be there. So all of that other stuff is just like toys and bullshit that we put on a pedestal. But what's really essential, what's really amazing is this. Adam saying is corn, ridiculous music. You can't play with your emotions like that. When you play with your emotions like that, you will lose your capacity to be aware of the thoughts that you're actually having. Because emotions become these bundles of thoughts with contraction that like override our operating system or our awareness system. So when you get angry, for example, or depressed, for example, you think that you're aware of what's going on, but you're not actually aware of what's going on. Right? So you can't stop. And that capacity to stop is so important because it's a stepping back. There's like an undeniability in like the practice of stopping and stepping back. It's like anything, come and get me, come and get me. We're completely fearless, right? We're like totally free, just in that stopping and stepping back. Anything's possible. But when we're cycling in those emotions and those conflicts, it's fear, it's desire, it's like we're feeding ourselves a struggle. Favorite food? I'd probably skip that question for now. We'll see if we have more interest in that. Yeah, and when it comes down to it, Miller, also with the ultra running, it's limited. We come to terms with evil in the world by coming to terms with the evil in ourselves. And how do you do that? I mean, you just have to feel it. You just have to ride the wave. You have to stop being the one in the right. You have to stop fighting with desire. You have to stop fighting with fear. You have to stop fighting with things that happen in the outside world and things that happen in the inside world. You have to stop fighting with things and start the fight of nothing. And then the things, all of the things will process in themselves. And then when those things come up that are difficult or confusing, you can apply nothing. Apply the mindset, apply the energy of nothing. So you don't get like excited. Like we love, what I was talking about before, we love to lynch people, right? So you find out that somebody did a very bad thing, or they make these posts on Reddit. This guy killed this person, this guy attacked this school, this woman did this and that, etc. And then everybody piles on, yes, yes, torture him, yes, yes, kill him, yes, yes, murder them, torture them, imprison them. And so we love that. And that's the kind of energy that makes us backwards in ourselves, because the outside is inside in terms of the mind. In terms of the body is kind of like stupid, other than being thoughtless. Thoughtless is very useful. It's also a kind of stupidity. But the body doesn't really know what's going on. So use the mind. Prioritize the mind. And then when these things happen in our body or happen in our mind, we'll be able to be uninvolved and allow all of those things to process. Yeah, we have to learn how to detach. We have to learn how to step back from involvement with people. And to do that, you may need to step back from the whole notion of there being people. And to do that, you can deepen your relationship with the Dharma and deepen your relationship with just doing nothing and being nothing and experiencing nothing. Stop. Step back. Just nothing, just aware. Just let it be for a moment, for an instant. Then you can go back to what you're doing. Nosy foe. Tupac, what are you talking about? Well, there you go, Brutal Impact. You kind of answered your own question, didn't you? Mike says that he's censored. Well, maybe that's for the best. Or maybe it isn't. You'll have to share more, Mike, to clarify that. Looks like the leaf blower's coming through. You just don't need to think about it so much. So just let the awareness, what do they say? They say 2 awarenesses on the ground is worth 1 awareness in the hand. So just allow the awareness in the hand to be the value point and the mindfulness point and the simple point, and don't add all these other layers of, distinguishing awareness. And you can say there's maybe 2 kinds of your awareness practice. So one is when you're just stopping and stepping back and doing nothing and being alone. And the other is when you're interacting and acting in the world from this place of openness, from this place of giving. I tell you, this is the number 1 principle that we're working with here, dear community, dear assembly. We're working with the principle, turn on the noise cancellation. Oh, what's that? We're working with the principle of giving. Giving, 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 giving. And when we are giving, or, our way of engagement is primarily that we are like working at McDonald's for money, that's not necessarily like giving, is it? Because we're just going there to get, we're kind of enslaved when we're working like that, when we have to be like that and do like that. So the giving is done from a place of freedom. Sharing what we hold on to, sharing what is of value to us, giving that out, volunteering, serving, using our body and mind as a platform for donation, for service. So when you're active in giving, you don't have to think about your connection with humanity, which tends to just be the ego thing that that you've got working on in your mind. So I say, find a way to volunteer. And my position, friends, maybe it's not necessarily your position, but my position is, I don't want to work at McDonald's or some other version of that. I don't want to drive Uber. I wouldn't be against doing that. I wouldn't be against having an experience of that, but I don't want to set myself up in a life of contract to doing labor that I don't really want to do to pay for things that I really want to have. I don't want to do that. And then we say, well, how are we going to live? Well, that's exactly what we're talking about here, and that's exactly what we're working on here. But this is something that's in process. This is something that's not done in a hurry. And this is something that's done without some, because you're going to die. I'm going to die. So this is more like arriving and opening the heart and planting intention and planting curiosity. And then we can talk about that and we can work on that. What music is best for people? The rule is that you can listen to Buddhist music, and there's a lot of Buddhist music out there. Tibetan Buddhist music is fire. especially, and I don't recommend it, but especially if you're doing something like taking a psychedelic or you're smoking weed or whatever, Tibetan music is very, very, very good. Tibetan chanting music, anything that's Buddhist themed. If you're listening to like modern Western music, all that stuff is just crazy. Put some labubu on his butt. I mean, that's okay, but it's also like horrible. It's also like the thing is that we've gotten into this situation where one side of the situation is so horrible and the other side of the situation is so horrible that it's like all of the space in between is just filled with horribleness, and then we look over here and we look over there and there's just nothing that we can say. There's nothing that we can do about it, right? And so we have to stop and step back to begin to make it a workable situation, to make it so that this and that inside of ourselves suck, but are not horrible. And then we have this space for mindfulness, for detachment, for joy, for freedom, for creativity, for sharing deeply, for listening deeply, etc. inside of ourselves. Because out there, you're going to find a lot of this side's horrible, that side's... Because where does Labubu on his butt come from? Where does Sexy Red come from? She comes from the projects. She comes from the gutters. She comes from American institutionalized racism. You might not be an American. You might not know what I'm talking about. But that's where this kind of music and that's where this stuff comes from. So to say that that music is worse than where it comes from is, I'm not going to put myself in that position. The disgust that we have, we can apply to the physical body. The disgust that we have, we can apply to the things that we desire, the things that we salivate over. Okay? And even that is limited. We're just streaming here, hey, because I'm just using my phone and later on will be nowhere. There's no later on. That's Malaysia for you, hey. Malaysia has great internet. I don't want to worry either, so come and be together with me at this moment and step back and relax. Okay? Look at all the comments we're getting today. What a joy. So this is kind of something that I want to talk about, right? And I'll try to get to all the comments, but you can see this little space here, this little box here. Look at this. Can you see this? This is like, I can't even lay down in here. It's just a little box, right? And there's another little box over there. And there's another little box over there. Now the design of these boxes is really good. The build quality leaves a little bit to be desired, for sure. But how much space do you really need? How much space do you really need? Do you need a house? Do you need a 5-bedroom house? Do you need a lawn? Do you need all this property? Do you need all these possessions? And for me, the answer is no. Like a little box like this is a wonderful office for me to do whatever work that I would want to do. Maybe make it a little bit bigger, a little bit wider. And I don't need a kitchen for myself. I just need a kitchen to make use of. I don't even need a toilet for myself. I just need a toilet to make use of. I don't need a living room, or I wouldn't even want, that's always one of the things. I don't want a living room or a relaxing room or a place to sit in nice couches with a TV and stuff for myself. Just so one of those to make use of. So we've kind of really become worked up in these ideas that we need all of these properties and all of these possessions for ourselves, and that, you know, it doesn't really, it's not really a nice way to live, and it's very wasteful. And this is the reason that we can't work together, we can't cooperate with one another, we can't stay together, is because we have so much desire. We want so much, and we want so much to just be our possession. We want it to belong to us. And then the only way that we're allowed to be in an intimate and meaningful relationship with someone else in America is if they are our sex partner or if they are our child. So they're either our sex partner or they are our possession, because children in America are possessions, aren't they? They're owned by the parent, and that's all over the world as well. So sex partners and possessions and friends. So maybe something to think about, not to desire so much, not to have so much that you want. Well, it's not a life partner. It's specifically about, you know, this is the person you have sexual relationships with. Okay. The leaf blower. You can see. Okay, Sarah, how to deal with mom and stepdad guilt tripping me for not wanting to hang out and enjoy their interests. What's with these Korean usernames coming in my live streams? One of the things that Buddha taught, one of the things that's talked about is not to spend time with foolish people. I'm not from anywhere originally because we moved around a lot when I was young. So people always, that question always irks me because, I didn't really grow up anywhere. You can say, oh, Maryland or Washington, D.C. area, but what is that, Different schools, different areas, different regions. So my childhood and growing up was just like, not being anybody and not knowing what was going on. A lot of the time it seemed that way, and then being forced to do things that I wasn't interested in, and then interest that I did have not being picked up or facilitated or supported in any way. Many of the times I had experiences like that. I'm not trying to do anything. See, that's the ticket. If you're trying to do something, you're going to get agitated by the sound of the leaf blower. If you're not trying to do anything, you're not getting agitated. It's like you're driving to work and you're late to work. If you're not trying to get to work on time and you're driving to work late, there's nothing to be agitated about. If you are, otherwise, like I need to answer this question, I need to do something, I'm hosting my show, I'm hosting my Dhamma class, then I'm going to be agitated, and that's not Dhamma. This is always what I advise. As much as you believe in or attach to something, balance it out with not believing and not attaching to that. So if you want to believe in, and one thing is believing in the horoscope, believing in the Aquarius, da 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 da. But the bigger problem is that now you're aligning yourself with all these horoscope freaks and lunatics that want to tell you about your horoscope or what they've understood about horoscopes, etc. And that's not Dhamma. That's not wisdom. That's not compassion. It's just, TikTok spiritual freaks. And so now you're, oh, what's going on with the Aquarius these times? And you're getting pulled deeper and deeper into this wormhole of nonsense and bullshit. And, let me check your star map. And then you're going to be 30, 40 years old, and, you're going to be a tired old woman, and you're going to be trying to take refuge in the local astrologer psychic rather than taking refuge in the Dhamma, the local monastery, the local meditation center. Namo Amitabhul, Namo Kanze Ambosal, Namo Amitabhul, Namo Kanze Ambosal, Namo Amitabhul, Namo Kanze Ambosal, Namo Jimjibang, Namo Jimjibang, Namo Jimjibang. Well, Dharma can't be disrupted. It's like nothing can't be disturbed. You can't disturb the truth. You just disturb yourself. So if you don't want to disturb the Dhamma, you're already disturbing yourself because you're not clear about what the Dhamma is, right? So this is like learning to get out of our own way, learning to stop seeking and learning to start appreciating and enjoying and making use of what is right here and now, what's already in front of us. This idea of emptiness, or this idea of nothing, like 100% nothing, that's all-inclusive, that's boundless, that's limitless, is what this is about, right? And so the reason that there can be a problem in ultra-marathon running, etc., I don't know if that guy's still here, is because it really builds up our ego. It really builds up our sense of accomplishment and our sense of bigness, just like becoming very wealthy. You know what I mean? And that limits us, actually. It limits us in the biggest way. Because it makes it seem like we're powerful. It makes it seem like we have something that can't be lost. That's what it's like for wealthy people. That's why they go around, shaking their butt and waving around their cane at the servants and things like that, is because it feels like to them, it seems like to them that they have something that can't be lost, and that they can take that thing that can't be lost anywhere. Right? They can go anywhere with that thing that can't be lost, and they can go around and do things. Now, why, oh why, are these hubs for wealthy people about young women, sex, alcohol, parties, drugs, beach, ocean, yacht, etc.? Because it's a surface level life. It's a life of distraction. It's a life of consumption. It's a life of disassociation. But it certainly is a life of power as well. And so modern people, this is a problem a lot of us have, is that modern people are also living like kings and queens in our own degenerate way. We have the hot water, we have the TV show, we have the Uber Eats, you have food on demand, entertainment on demand, sexual experiences on demand. Only wisdom destroys the ego. Only wisdom destroys the ego. Wisdom and compassion. So you may generate a lot of merits through ultra running, but you won't necessarily generate blessings. That is that which leads you closer to the Dhamma or brings you to wisdom. Because the idea of doing something in particular that reduces the ego is egoic. That is an egoic idea. And so the reason that the Dhamma dana is the highest dana, or the highest giving, the giving of the Dhamma is the highest giving, is because it is concerned with and informed by wisdom or detachment. So the seed of detachment is within the teaching of the Dhamma. For ultra running, there is still attachment to ultra running. But in the Dhamma, in the teachings of the Buddha, it is especially emphasized to detach from the teachings themselves. That is the teaching. Yeah, and so that's the reason that this hopelessness is so important. Because if we want to get something out of this moment, when we want to get something out of this moment, we miss out on the moment itself. When we want to teach something in this moment, we miss out on the teaching itself. When we want to learn something in this moment, we miss out on the learning itself. The mind can attach to anything in the same way that we can detach from anything. Well, that means you're closer to enlightenment than you think that you are, Maria. You have to dilute the water with blessings. You have to dilute the water with meritorious actions. You have to give more. It's just like if you got a bag of shit, there's nothing to do but give it away. So give, 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 give. And when it's guilt and shame, it's an affliction, it's an attachment, right? So then that's why the giving is powerful. If you just have a bag of shit that you're not attached to and you're giving that away, that's not generosity, that's not giving. You see what I'm saying? So that's why some people may come in here and troll, and yeah, that's shit for sure, but they're not attached to it, they're just throwing stuff around. But the shit that you have, which is also just shit, but it's attached to, and that's why it's guilt and it's shame. So you have to, you can practice confession, you can practice giving, volunteering, service. You just take it more and more seriously. How do you actually detach? So you actually detach is not a thing. Because there's not really a you to begin with. So it's more like we're asking to put down what we've picked up in that moment. And the answer is just put it down. And if you can't put it down, hold on to it and let it go. And also to be confident about unknowing. To be confident about not understanding. Look, we need to be clear about something, right? You can be led to believe anything. You can be led to believe anything. That's the world that you're in. That's the situation that you're in. That's the experience that you're in. This is why not understanding is so important. And this is also why the world is functioning the way that it is, because people can just believe anything. And just bullshit, just nonsense. And this is also like a need to be independent in general. Like there's a Zen master I was reading, and he said, what do you want to go to a Zen center for? Just find a way to be independent and know how to take care of yourself, right? And so that's true, but even the bigger truth is realizing how untenable it is to be independent, and to how much of a blessing and how wonderful it is to not have sickness, disaster, calamity, being born as a squirrel, etc., to be happening right now. To be a human being, to be coming in contact with the Dhamma. The Dhamma facilitates detachment because it's imbued with detachment, because it's imbued with the highest of blessings, the blessings of the Dhamma. Okay? This is dangerous. This world is a dangerous world. Being vulnerable like this in the world that we're used to is something we have to be very careful about. And that what that means is that we need to be ready to sacrifice. We need to be ready to detach. We need to be ready to abandon. We need to be ready to forgive. 100%, not 50%, 100%, plus ultra, all the way. And it's not a matter of scrutiny. It's a matter of practicality. How easy we are to believe. Is it right or is it not right? How easy you are to believe. And I know everybody in here, or some people here, and say, oh no, not me, right? I'm not so easy to believe. But listen, in the world of AI, and anyway, in the world of creation, in the world of art, in the way of the world, I, or someone more experienced with AI than me, even I'm sure if I set my mind to it, I could do it, could take your image, your face, your voice, and create a video of you doing anything. And it would be photorealistic. So this is also to train non-belief and to see the impracticality of engaging with things that are outside of our direct experience. Many people in the world are being abused, being mistreated. Many people are abusing. Many people are mistreating others. And I'm not here to be some kind of turban wearing, dervish having, question answerer. How are they doing that? This is why America is also so dangerous, because they basically only have new trends. There's no history, there's no deep culture, there's no background there. So we get this chance to realize how much of a blessing the sound of the leaf blower is. We get a chance to realize how much of a blessing the ability to see is. We get so much of a blessing to realize how impractical and bullshit we're being. Listen, if you want to be in relationship, there's only one option: generosity. Not arguing, not being right, not sharing opinions. This is the problem of the Columbus man and the pilgrims that came to India. They pretended that they had the same mind or the same beliefs or the same understanding that the Indians did. And then they used that as a justification to destroy them and to kill them. Or that there's even such thing as one standardized philosophy or one standardized view of reasoning. and way of viewing, which is just BS. It's just a trend. It's just a very common trend. We could 100% be human beings that don't believe in the notion of ownership, of singular ownership. That's completely possible. And it's possible that that's, what a lot of the Aboriginals didn't believe in, that kind of thing, or the Native Americans especially. So we have to stop trying to talk about things with each other, and we have to start feeling the inspiration to connect with each other as a basis for giving, as a basis for offering, as a basis for saying, here, I have this, or do you need anything? Or I've been listening to your talks, and I've got this to say to you. But frankly, what are you doing here? I mean, who do you really want to be? Do you want to be someone? I just got an email from somebody from somebody who knew me a long time ago, helped me set up the original Monk Life Meditation Discord server. And they were trying to convert me to Christianity. And so generosity helps us not be disassociated. And frankly, so does capitalism, so does buying and selling. So it's very easy to be disassociated here, right? Because you don't know why you're here. Some people, they don't know why they're being here listening. It's like, is this a Truman Show? Are you running a TV network? Are you a stalker? Are you an important opinion holder? What is it that you're doing here? And so you should be here. Why do you think I'm here? Actually, we're now doing a survey. Why do you think that I'm here? And I want to hear from you, relaxation. Why do you think that I'm here doing this? This is probably a good question to ask. This is community building. This is our Discord server. This is our Zoom meeting. This is our daily gathering at the meditation center in person. This is it. This is what's happening right now. There's just limits of the technology that we're making use of and not, whining about. Why is there not holograms of every people who come in and leave from the live session, this live session? Well, the technology is not that way right now. But you are here, and I am here. It's a dangerous character, relaxation. I don't need to support myself. This is not about making money, because I don't need to make money. I have access to not needing to make money. Just because you don't have access to not needing to make money doesn't mean that I don't have access to not needing to make money. Okay? Just because you think that not needing to make money means that you have a bunch of money doesn't mean that that is true. That's just what you know about. I have access to not needing to make money and not needing to have a lot of money in doing that and in being that way. Don't be a weirdo, relaxation. I'm relying on you. I know that you've set up a shorts channel and you're trying to support the community, you're trying to support the work that's going on here. I don't want to hear that weird kind of stuff. This isn't me sharing my views and my opinions. This is the Dhamma. This is the teaching of the Buddha. This is concerned with mindfulness and detachment, ending suffering. Now, I want to be very clear about this. This is not about making money. This is about making merit to support, to facilitate, to empower my direction of becoming enlightened. You need a lot of blessings, you need a lot of merits to continue on the path of enlightenment, awakening, being free from suffering, insight. Listen, not everybody, you know that people can be really, really, really bad, don't you? And does everyone here know that people can be very, very bad? Not just externally bad, but also internally bad, depressed, anxious, confused, out of their mind, psychotic, schizophrenic, etc. You've probably experienced that from time to time, being very depressed. Now, that's just not like a negative experience, but there's also a kind of disempowerment there. When you're so depressed like that, you can barely walk out the door. So we can say that this mind, right, is like on a spectrum. So it can be very bad. It can be somewhere in the middle, right? It can be like you're fine enough to go to school, or you're relaxed, or you're okay, or you're not worried about stuff, whatever, okay? Is this the spectrum, or is this the bad end and the middle end? We don't know. Okay, in America, in the West, we don't know about this. We only know about people being completely bipolar, depressed, anxious, lunatic, angry, confused, greedy, and people being generally okay. Okay enough to not go and shoot up a school, as people often do in America, right? We don't know about this. So this is concerned with this, not with this. So this is my way, my work of making merits. Look. If I didn't have any money, then I wouldn't have been able to repair this phone so that I can do this teaching, so that I can share it with everyone. But I'm not alone. I'm not isolated. This is community. This is a community concerned with generosity, not making money. This isn't a business coaching platform. I'm not teaching anybody here how to make money. And you honestly think that my motivation for streaming for 12 hours, for 20 hours, for 8 hours a day, for waking up in the morning and getting myself together and coming here is to make money? If you think that, you really don't know who I am, and you're not connecting with what's going on here, which I completely understand, because this is very much outside of convention and norms. Okay? I would bet money, I'd bet a lot of money, that I am uh, the well, better not to gamble, isn't it? And trying to make money is a gamble, but trying to make merit is very, very reliable. And I just wanted to respond to that person. Because a lot of people are jaded. A lot of people are super, super, super jaded and super, super, super frustrated. And they don't have access to a community. And they don't have access to role models or teachers or mentors. And they've never been in a field of merit and innocence. They've never experienced it. I have. Okay? It doesn't mean you feel, So it's like in some way we're trading our air conditioning and couch and big screen TV for community and for deepening our experience in our life in certain ways. You can't. You just can't, because America, and thereby the West, has a teaching. Generosity, at least that's the teaching that it is now. Generosity means scam. Donating means scam. That's the line that's drawn. And greed means good. If I was here, and I could do it with a cigar and a suit and fancy lighting, and I was smoking a cigar and talking about how much money I've got and how wonderful it is to be wealthy and how young men and young people can be wealthy just like me, and I'd bring in, some women to be around me, and I'd talk and I'd yell and I'd scream and I'd do all these different kinds of things, people would love that. People would worship me for that. Yeah, that's power. Yeah, that's wealth. And then if I wanted to sell some kind of program, some kind of, pulling together a bunch of random people that I don't really know to be coaches, and pulling together a lot of freely accessible information about making money and put it all together and then sold a big program like that, there'd be no problem with that. So this is not concerned with making money. This is concerned with generosity. If nobody donated, I would still be doing this at this time, because this is about making merits. And merits means you're doing good deeds, you're giving, you're practicing generosity, and these good effects happen in your life. I'm sorry, but a lot of people are making enough money to pay for their apartment and their car and do their job and pay their phone bill and their internet, and they are absolutely miserable. The only time that they don't seem miserable is when they're doing a dance on TikTok with music in the background and an edit, right? These people who are doing like that and can make a lot of money, presenting themselves like that, it's fake. It's not real. Those people are not at peace with themselves. They're not compassionate. They're not wise. They're not blissful. They're not free. It's as simple as this, Frank. When you do good, how do you feel? For everybody, for anybody here, when you do good things, how do you feel? You don't have to answer it. You feel good. When you do bad things, how do you feel? You feel bad. When you do neutral things, how do you feel? You feel neutral. That's merit. And you get an accumulation, you get a development of merit when you do a lot of good things, a lot of good deeds, a lot of actions of generosity, a lot of actions of being virtuous, right? Staying with mindfulness, staying with the 5 precepts, if you will. Not killing, not lying, not stealing, not committing sexual misconduct, not taking drugs or intoxicants. And it doesn't make sense why people would be here other than, you're here because there's value. You're here because you feel connection. Maybe you can say this is all that you can do. You're kind of like a burnout or a dropout or a bum of some kind. And I'd say that's probably the case. But this is what I want to do. There's nothing more than what I'd want to do than this. I don't have to do this. This is just what I most want to do. And so then we ask, what is this? What is this concerned with? What is this, what is this about? Well, it is what you make it. So make it something good. Make it something meaningful. Don't waste your time. And, eventually we see and eventually we find out that the boozing and the smoking and the money seeking didn't lead us anywhere. And honestly, I'm begging for it. Let it all fall apart, please. Let everything fall down, please. So we can see what is really at the end of the road when there's nothing else. No, that's not what it means, Reed. W's in the chat, everybody. Big W's in the chat. And what does it say? It says, who, what, why. What, who, what, why? And then it says mild jokers. Mild jokers. If it's too spicy, you're not going to be able to go from super spicy to calm down, right? So it's a mild joker. It's a mild jester. It's a mild gesture to put a W's in the chat. Wow. Wow. Ooh. Let it all come crashing down. Let it all fall apart. Read, share more if you can. To really feel that sense of intimacy and vulnerability and closeness and that sense of consent and willingness, that there's a full willingness to be here. to be here with me, and to be here with me in the role of a teacher. That's not necessarily because of you, or what you want or what I want, but that's the responsibility that I have in this environment. And we can leave comments and we can chat, but deep down we know there's a fullness, there's a moreness here that's not stuck in the comments. Not stuck in the reacting and responding. That there's no story that you can make up about why you're here or what's going on here. That this is storyless. That this is empty of your idea about it. What is it really that we want? What is it that we're looking for in this relationship? Do we want to be the bully? Do we want to be the friend? Many of us, we may want to be the savior. We feel like there's someone to help. We've got to help this guy. We've got to help this person. Or maybe we're just here to play and get a reaction, get some kind of attention. But for me, what's most precious and what's most valuable, what gets me up in the morning to come here and to be with everyone, is exactly that, just being here with everyone. So it's like there's no possibility of waste, because in each moment, in each breath, there's a fullness, there's a nourishing, there's a totalness. There's nothing else that I could be doing. That's how full it is, that's how total it is. Like being in the ocean and needing to swim or needing to float. There's no other option. And what I've noticed a lot of is you can't really know who somebody is just by the first glance. You look at somebody, you make a judgment about them, good or bad, and then they start talking. You say, wow. Sometimes you say, aha, I got them. They're not that good, not that great. Or I don't agree with them on this, or I don't agree with them on that. But the problem that a lot of people have here in this situation is they don't know what to ask. They don't know what to say to have a clear determination of what this is or what kind of person this is. It's just going over the head. And I think for that, you really need to humble yourself. That this offering, that this space it's not about you. It's not about your ego. It's not about what you understand. And then there's always this sense of trying to be in control or trying to have an important opinion or trying to know what's going on. But there's nothing here to know. There's nothing here to have an opinion about. There's nobody here to understand, at least not in the way that you think about understanding. And it's so basic, it's so simple. Even if someone's speaking another language, you might say, oh, I think they look funny or sound funny, or I think they're kind of this person or that kind of person, but you can't understand what they're saying. You don't speak that language. So you're humbled by that, unless you're, just a real Tuele Balaguashima, which is also okay, to not understand what that means or what that is, to not be able to really put that into words or sounds or conceptualize that. So today, actually, a little bit interesting, I actually brought my tablet. And I know a lot of my younger fans, younger followers here will like that, because the younger kids, they love the tablets. And I love my tablet too. You can see. So let's turn it on together.
Beloved, welcome back to the shop. I'm going to share with you the 10 things that I do to my
This is like my
saws when I'm done for the season cutting firewood. Now we'll go over gear and kit that you need.
So that's, we also could look at some pictures together from my life. Maybe we'll just pull up a random picture and I can share about that with people. Maybe let's pick a date. So pick a date within the last 7 years, and I'll go through the photo album. We have a lot of pictures from monk life over the past 7 years. So pick a date, and then, okay, 2019, what day in 2019? All right, 12/20/21. Tupac, you'll need to, oh wait, my knee is gonna explode. Whoa, whoa, right? Sometimes life's like that. Everything's just falling apart. Oh, oh. Okay, October 15th, 2019. All right, we got a few dates here. So let's start with 12/12/21. 12/12/21. December 21st, 2021. Do we have anything here? Okay, so December 1st, 2021. And we'll have a little bit of wiggle room a few days before, a few days behind, right? So this is at one of my teacher's temples in Jacksonville, Florida. And this little girl is like a friend of the temple. So she was visiting and we had some talk. And that's here with my master, one of my masters, Truklam Tik Tang Tik. And we sitting at the dinner table together. We have pizza. Order the pizza. And oh, and then this, I met up with a very controversial monk, Venerable Tree Dao. So you can see me in the airport or somewhere because I visited him. He's also in Florida, and this woman was visiting or something. Okay, so that's the December 21st, and there's also a cat, a good cat, at that temple. All right, next date. What's the next date here? Tupac, 2019, October 15th. 2019, October 15th. October 15th? Okay, this is going to be October 15th, okay. All right, so here we have October 15th, 2019 in India. So this is after I ordained in 2018. I did my first Vasa or first rains retreat in Shravasti in like a very rural part of India. And it was a big retreat, a big group we did at this place. So this was during my first Waso retreat. Really intense, dry, heavy place. They had very good puppy dogs there. A monkey that was there, apparently. This is the, what is it, Jetavan Buddha Park. the place where the Buddha was first like gifted the property. And then we have another one like this. This is some Tibetan anis, some Tibetan nuns. And when this at this point, I was only like 6 months or something as a monk. And then a situation like this, I doing the peace symbol, but the other monks, they say, that monkey say, no, no, don't do that. And at this time, I didn't have eyebrows. Didn't have eyebrows at that time. As a part of the monkey training. Okay. June 13th, 2021. June 2021. Let's see. Oh, this is when I got beat in arm wrestling by this guy. This is in June. I think it's Luke. He was a member on the Discord server for a while. We're really going at it. He's strong. He's a big, strong guy. He really beat my butt. So you can see that. Fit man. Good, strong, fit man. Even a recording here. Look at this. This is a video. I was tired. I was probably tired from the matches with Luke. What's this?
Just filming.
Here.
Should I count? I count 3.
This is Luke kicking my butt.
Okay. 3, 2, 1, go.
No, I didn't stand a chance against him. But June 13th, right, Spice? This is June, but not June 13th. So June. The closest that we have for June 13th is June 12th, and we have a text here. Fundamental reality, fundamental emptiness. One form, one flavor. It is not that a subtle entity does not exist. It is not that a subtle entity does not exist. It is not a matter for hesitating over. Clear and lucid, this contains the whole world. It is fundamentally not a matter of interpretation or understanding. So it was saying it's not rejecting something. When it's saying it is not that a subtle entity does not exist, it's meaning it's not rejecting. When you sum it all up, it's not worth a single letter. When myriad activities abruptly cease, that is cutting off the myriad streams. So it's not worth anything. It's not, you can't sell it, you can't build it up, you can't, and that's why when I do these streams or whatever, it's not for me to make money, but it's kind of like making blessings so that I can be more affiliated with this way of mindfulness and detachment. So when myriad activities abruptly cease, that is cutting off the myriad streams. When you allow the presence of another, follow the sprouts to descry the ground. Understand the person by means of his words. This is going along with the ripples following the waves. So what that means is that you jump over the words to the sprouts of that person's mind, like their intentions, like where they're coming from, where they're really coming from. So for those who don't know, we're doing, you can pick a date, and then we're going through the photo album here of the last 7 years of being a monk. Because someone told me this is the video 1000 on the YouTube channel, but that's not possible. I don't believe that. Maybe it's the 100th video on the YouTube channel. Uh, okay, so also in June we have Tabarwa in Italy, Tabarwa Center in Italy. So this is alms round in Italy, going to the farmers market. Um, Naturally, Italian cappuccino, doing it right. And then Mi Anciale Kema. So this is my sister in the Dhamma. She's Italian, and I'm of course American. Is it really? Are we on the? This is the number 1,000th video. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So, that is the June 13th request. Eleven 2021. That's November 11th, right? November 11, 2021. Okay, so this is me and my nephew when I go to visit my family. My nephew Noah. He's only 13 or 12 years old in this, but almost as big as me. And now he's bigger than me. He's also skinny now, and bigger than me. February. What's this with 2021? What's everybody got going on with 2021? February 2021. February 26. Okay, so this is in Myanmar. Actually, this is a very energetic time. So this is during the coup. This is when the coup happened in Myanmar, the military coup. And it's right before I flew out of the country on a relief flight from the American government to return to the U.S. February 26, 2021. Okay, let's see. We got a call coming in. Answer phone.
Yeah, morning, brother.
Hello?
Yeah, morning. Hello? Hello?
Yes? This guy's. Wait. Because some people don't want to be helped. So what do? Answer phone. Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't know whether you have you seen the message that I sent it to you?
My phone broke yesterday. My phone
Ah,
had
no
broken because of the
wonder.
rain, the screen, so it had to be replaced.
Ah, okay. Understand. Okay, I bought the ticket for you already. Okay, on the 4th, I think. Then at the same time, I want to ask you, the returning back. Okay, I think better. It's quite noisy. I will meet you for lunch or dinner. What then? We'll discuss on the thing. Get better.
What do you want to? Oh, it's noisy. Here, let me fix it.
Yeah, very
Here,
noisy.
here. It
Yeah,
should
very
be
noisy.
better now. You can hear me now?
Okay. No
Yeah,
problem.
yeah, go ahead.
The ticket, I think I have already bought the ticket for you. I sent the message to you, but you didn't see because of the rate. He was telling me. So okay, what is your plan now? On the coming back one, I'm coming back on the 8th. That means we'll go there 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I don't know whether you want to stay more day in Medan with in the temple, or you don't want, or you want to come back.
Well, if I'm in Indonesia, I won't be in a hurry to come back to Malaysia. So I'll come back. I
Okay.
won't make a
If
plan. I won't plan for it.
so, the coming back ticket I won't buy for you, right? Better.
Okay, okay,
Okay. So okay lah. I Once you fix your phone, I will resend you the ticket. You just tell me phone fix up, then I'll resend you back the ticket. Okay?
okay.
Okay.
How about so February 26th, so 25th, this a friend. This a lot of really this a very energetic time. I had a slime workshop at the temple in Myanmar. You know, everything's idealistic when you look back on it, but if you're actually there, it's hot as heck. There's no air conditioning. You know what I mean? So it's not idealistic, but so I'd showing the children the slime. You see, the slime man, the slime monk, and you know this is really real, and this is why I don't have so much tolerance for people pretending, you know, they know everything or whatever. You don't know everything. You don't have, you know, the experiences that other people have. Holding a baby, this is a very good baby and nice woman. Uh, this is in the main center in Myanmar, the main Tabarwa center. So there's thousands of people there, and anyone can come there and go there and live for the long term. Uh, and this here, you can see, this is like the protests started happening during this time in the February 26th. This is February 22nd, 21. So I went out to the protests and I held a sign that said, loving kindness can cure suffering. I don't know if I have any pictures of me with the sign. But this is a very energetic time. And then specifically February 26th, right, is what someone said. This is like a little Shaolin temple in Myanmar. So these are like the Chinese Myanmar boys. It's like a Chinese temple. And they were all very, very good and nice. And this is me with, they have an orphanage and single mother's home. This is the single mother's home. So I just come to play and to hang out with the babies and the children, and share the positive energy with the people. The children, they really enjoy that. Because most of them, they never met like a white monk. And, you know, they like it. And then I made some donation. I made slime donation to the young nuns, the young Siale. You can see this is the slime that I made, and I donate for them. And now Myanmar, you know, it's a difficult time in that place. Okay, 1,000. How is it possible? 1,000 videos. What are you going to be doing in Indonesia? Well, there we go. I thought it was an interesting idea, but I guess for most people, they're not interested. Look at this. At the airport, they have a priority seat. So I'm sure you're familiar with this. Pregnant people, disabled people, old people. And then the other one is monks. So they hold the monks in the very high regard. They get the priority seat They get the priority boarding. It's a Buddhist culture. It's a Buddhist society. You know, and I remember when I first went to Thailand, I remember looking at that Wikipedia page of Buddhist countries and seeing like 90% Buddhist, and I had no idea what that meant. And it wasn't, it was only through going there and experiencing that and living through that that I got an idea of what a Buddhist country is. And then this is in India, October 26, 2019. This is a rare image. Okay, this is a very rare monk image, riding on the motorcycle. India is a wild place. Here I am with the Indian sadhu. Wait a minute. That's today. Well, that's today for you, isn't it? Hey, but it's yesterday for me. Here comes the rain. Nice picture. In India. No, because I didn't expect anything, because I don't know anything about it. You see what I'm saying? I never knew anything about it. I was like, what the heck? What's a Buddhist country? So it was just through going there and experiencing that I actually learned something about it. This is a big Buddhist celebration party. This is in Kushinagara in India. This is in Lumbini. Marching in Lumbini, Buddhist march. Also in Lumbini, right next to where the Buddha was born, where they say the Buddha was born. Really, at the end of the day, you have to learn how to be alone. That's how you're actually going to be of benefit and be able to be with others. You can come meet me, Ezra. Come to treat me for a cappuccino. I think I'm going there at the end of this month. Because that man, he bought me a ticket, so he's trapped me. He's trapped me in that situation. So you have to also, you can't just learn how to be free when not trapped. You also have to learn how to be free when trapped. That's the important thing to consider about being with foolish people, because in one hand, now you're going around judging people, which may not be the best thing for a lot of people. You're already busy doing that, and you might be the foolish person anyway. And two is that sometimes we don't have a choice. Sometimes someone comes up and captures us and traps us and wraps us up and puts us in a room with a bunch of stupid people or foolish people. So what are you going to have to do about that? And we're so bitter and judgmental and frustrated, and we've lost our heart, honestly. You know what I mean? It's like we're asking to get slapped in the face. We have to come back to our sincerity and to our depth. We have to take responsibility for our own life. Stop playing games. Stop wasting time. Stop wasting energy. You're in that situation because of your karma. I'm in this situation because of my karma. You too, artwork. Don't feel alone in being a fool. Plenty of fools here. This is a Buddha Gaya. So behind there, behind that, I snuck my phone in. I snuck my phone in during this time because in Bodh Gaya, you're not allowed to bring your phone in there. You know what I mean? So I snuck it in like my robe. And then one time I got caught and they took my phone and I was fighting with the guards. But this is years ago. This is 2019 or whatever, 2020. And you can see that behind, that is the place where the Buddha, they said the Buddha became enlightened under the Bodhi tree. And this is one of those things that I've gotten in trouble for. People have complained to me about this before, but I just go down there into the streets with the children and with the disabled people because those seem like good people to have us spend time with, you know? And they say, "Oh my gosh, how dare you take pictures with those people?" Honestly, I think people have like subconscious nastiness about seeing those people as like being lower than them. And so they can't empathize with this idea that like they're not lower than you. You know what I mean? You're not using them by being with them. And like I said, you can't get into disgust about people because it's all in you, isn't it? Your life is all in you, isn't it? And so if you're cultivating disgust for these people or anger about these people, you're the one that's going to get burnt. You're the one that's going to suffer. You know what I mean? You're bringing that nastiness into your own mind. Who cares if they're right or wrong or good or bad or whatever? That's their problem. This is your problem. Let's try this mic again. Did water get into this mic? How is it? Is it okay? Is it broken? Is that microphone broken? Hello, is it okay? It works. All right, good. Because before there was like a disturbance when I plugged it in. Here, look, the street kids, the Indian street children. So then I flew back to the US because they sponsored a trip. They sponsored a flight after that. And this is something I wanted to do for a while, was to kind of go through my life experience as a monk and kind of walk through it. And this is our 1000th video. So some interference. Yeah, there's something going on. Huh? Why are you doing that? It's not enough to hear. We've got to be clear. You know, just to share about that journey that I went through with people, because I took a lot of pictures and it's really interesting. So that was, yeah, we're moving through it, I guess. I came back to America, visited for a while. This is one of the first meditation retreats, formal meditation retreats I did as a monk. And this is a good friend of mine, Shifu Changshun, and was a mentor for a long time for me, a bhikshuni, in the Dharma Drum organization of Shifu Shengyen. Here, so you can see this is in January 5th, 2020. So they even let me sit with the monks at the end of the retreat. And that was a good retreat. It's always difficult, but I was definitely zoomed in. I was definitely zoned in there. And that's the abbot, that's the master there of that monastery. And that's in upstate New York. So I did that retreat, and then I stayed in the Washington, D.C. area for quite a while and did meditation program there. No, I came to Penang. I didn't stay there. I came to Penang. So this is 2020 in Penang, in where I am now. So the first time I came here to Malaysia was in 2020 with my teacher, Siara Otamatara. You can see him in the front there sitting. So that was the first Dhamma trip I took with my teacher in 2020 here to Malaysia. You see me with the nuns. This a nun from Myanmar, very close to Siara, very close to my master. And this nun, actually a bhikshuni from Vietnam. And I saw her just recently when I did the 10-day retreat in Phuc Son Monastery. She's a big translator. And this woman, also a nun, but I saw her recently at the Wat Ram Bodhi Dham in Thailand. She stays there. So I remember this time very closely. Well, it was this time or a time nearby to this. But you see how everybody is sitting like this? Everybody is sitting and facing the front area. So this is where the monks sit, right? And I remember my teacher, he was planning a trip to India in 2020 that didn't work out because of COVID. And so at one point he actually pointed to me to speak because I was just in India and to share my experiences about India with the group. And my tongue, I couldn't speak. I was so shy. I was so, self-conscious being this, new monk in that situation. And I couldn't speak. But now, I'm a big speaker. Here is very nice. This is a very wonderful nun, a very wonderful Mei-chi. She is a meditation master and a leader of many nuns in Thailand. I haven't seen her for quite a long time, but she's a great teacher. Her and her assistant nun. So in Malaysia, and then go to visit in Singapore. The Dalai Lama doesn't mean anything outside of Tibetan Buddhism. Here we go. This is a classic. It's Asian technology is what it is. Here's kind of a cool picture, sitting together and talking with them. Now look at this. This is the graveyard. This is like this graveyard in Singapore or Malaysia. I was mentioning recently about how they have these incredible, graveyards. Like they have this kind of thing there. And this is a cemetery. This is like a Malaysian Chinese cemetery, or a Singapore Chinese cemetery. Let me know if the rain gets so loud that you can't hear me. This lady is very old. This lady's like 98 or 96 years old. And she came to join for the meditation retreat, and she can walk around and she can take care of herself and all that kind of stuff. I was very, very sweet with her. She's a very sweet woman. Looking good, looking meditative, looking dripped out. Yeah, let's look at our pictures from Japan. Those can come up soon. So Dhamma trip in Malaysia and Singapore with the master, Sierra Otamatara. There's something about that, isn't there? How we look back on memories, and there's this, it's so easy to be idealistic about that. And that's kind of like the trick of the mind, or the trick of the self, or the trick of the ego. It's like we look back on that and we say, oh, that was so nice, so wonderful, so perfect. Or we think about the next future plan or the place that we're going to go. Oh, how nice, how perfect. But if we actually look deeply into this present, we feel the suffering, don't we? We feel the reality of not being fulfilled, of this not being satisfactory. And these things also were not satisfactory, even though they were nice. It was hot. The body was sick. The mind was sick. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't idealistic. It means we say, oh, what a great movie. Oh, what a great life. Oh, what a great time that was. It wasn't a great time. You were suffering. The people around you were suffering. You look at that picture and you say, oh, what a great time. What a great time. You shit yourself. You had explosive, fiery, hot diarrhea. And you crapped all over yourself. A great time. So we look back, and it's like we're looking through these glasses of delusion, or these glasses of attachment. It's easy. You can look back at a picture of yourself walking around, walking around in this place in Singapore or whatever, and you say, oh, wow, if only I could go back, and go back to that time. You literally shit yourself. You literally, So we're very stupid, Frank. You're very, very stupid, Frank. That's what I'm trying to get across with you. And we go on and we keep looking. You don't have to say ouch. You have to be humble and recognize I'm stupid too. We're all stupid. We're all suffering. And the teaching is we don't just get lost in this complicated thinking. Oh, it was so nice. Oh, it'll be so nice. Oh, I can't wait. This is your life. It's not about you thinking about it. You thinking about how it is, or how it's going to be, or how it was, or reminiscing. This is your life. Wake up and face it and breathe it and experience it. Focus, Frank. Focus. Come on. How about this one? We go around pretending to know other people's lives and pretending to know who people are when we don't know at all. We've got no idea. And the reason we're so easy to do that is because of how lacking our own personal life has been in meaningful experiences. And so we think everybody's life has been lacking in meaningful experiences. We grew up, our parents put a phone in our face, We started to be forced to go to school. We played with our friends. We were forced to go to school. We graduated from school. We started to get to work. That's your life. That's not everybody's life. Don't pretend to know what other people's experiences are, or who they are. It's so easy to look in an idealistic way. It's so easy to have some vague idea about who someone else is or how that experience was, how wonderful it was, or how bad it was, when really we just don't know. We have to focus and come into the present, come into life, come into direct experience. Stop bullshitting. Okay, this is another classic. The tree of life, the tree of the mind. Let's get some big W's in the chat for video. This is our 1,000th video on this channel, everybody. This is our 1,000th video on this channel. Let's celebrate. Let's do it. Let's do it. Here we go. That's a good one too. I brought this one for, I don't know who I brought it for, but I got it for one little girl in Myanmar who stays at the temple there. I give to her. So we go to Singapore, and then we go back to Myanmar. So this is around when COVID is starting. This is when COVID has started to happen, but we didn't know it yet. We didn't know what was going on. So this is arriving back in Myanmar. You can see my eyes are a little bit different. My body's a little bit different because it is hot as heck. And even this old woman, 90-year-old woman, she's there walking around. So this is like when COVID begins to start. Here's the master sitting on his throne, Sayadaw. We take a boat, we go for sightseeing in Myanmar. Here, that's a good one. I got all these candies to give away for the children in Myanmar. Yeah, you can go to Myanmar as long as you can get a visa. It's safe in all the places you would go. So you can see it's a lot of pictures, a lot of experiences just in 2020. I've always liked this picture of the master going sightseeing. This, the nun we saw before, this also one of his close disciples, one of his close assistants. Oh, you don't choose. You don't get to choose. It's according to blessings. Some of the good babies in Myanmar. It's like, how do we choose what supercar to buy? You don't get to choose what supercar to buy. It's according to your blessings. It's according to your merits. So this is an interesting place. This is like the dog farm for Tabarwa. And Sayadaw, the master, had like a controversial view because all the people wanted to kill these dogs, and then also they want to neuter them. And so he wasn't willing to kill them or to neuter them. And so it's like a lot of dogs in this, it's like a dog refuge center. And here's the monkey. It's also a refuge for the monkey. It's like a zoo and also a refuge center for these animals. This is the other thing about being idealistic that just doesn't work, you know. We have a Western upbringing, or we have a certain standard of living, or we have a certain standard of how things are done, right? But that doesn't apply in other places around the world. Like the option might be for someone to be laying in a bed and getting bare minimal support to stay alive and defecating on themselves and the room being dirty, or that person being just tossed into a ditch on the street, because there is literally nowhere for many people to go in many parts of the world. And so Tabarwa kind of offers a structure or resources to meet the needs of some of these lowest people. Now these are bears. These are imprisoned bears at the animal refuge center. It's a little deer thing. Thank you, Adam, for the party hat. A lot of skin conditions. So when I lived in Myanmar and in Asia in general, I'd oftentimes be taking pictures of different parts of my body because there'd be some too much heat. Skin conditions would develop, and I'd try to figure out what it was. Here, see? I give to her. Very sweet baby. The daughter of one of the nuns at the center. So this is at the orphanage. This is the orphanage at the center. And previously there were Western volunteers that would live at the center in Myanmar and do volunteering. But since the coup, how the country's kind of fallen apart, that's not happening. But all these are orphans. And then this is a woman, Tida, who is actually making a documentary on the teacher right now. Making a documentary on Seattle. Or she was. She's a video producer, video maker. This is a joke. So one of the things that is done every day in that center, especially when Sayadaw, the master, is there, is he goes out and he collects donations. And so all of those donations, all of those offerings have to be like sorted and processed. And it's actually like a bank develops at the center. So they were counting, I think her mom was counting a bunch of money, and so I just make a joke like she donate to me. This is nice. This is a good one. Some good ones. This is after walking with Sayadaw on the alms round on the begging trip. So very hot, very sweaty. And then just walking around, pictures with the children. What is it? And this, I was shaving the head for someone who's going to become a novice monk. So I'm helping them to shave their head. I think he's from Poland, something like that. And that's a very good way to practice and to get involved, is like to take the temporary ordination. To be a monk or a nun temporarily. This is the view from where I lived. My room in Myanmar. This is kind of the view from that building. And I'm sure, and this was the room that I lived at, which was very nice compared to where a lot of people in the center stayed. Yeah, like this, a little bit office room. It'd be a perfect place. I'd be happy to go back there again, but it's changed a lot. It's not the same anymore. Okay, here I did a kind of a mini retreat. So this was like a one-day retreat. There's no so long. I mean, it can be a month is a typical period of time. A month is a regular period of time for people to do that. So this going for a walk with the foreigners, with the Western volunteers, very rare over the past 7 years of living as a monk. I was very rarely around Western people. It was mostly around Asians and other Buddhist monks. And so the lesson in that is that nothing is idealistic. Life is shit. Life is suffering. And instead of getting depressed about that, we can ask, so what are we going to do about it? How are we going to work with that? How are we going to relate to that? And that's just a month or two from, you know, the 7 years of being a monk. So of course I could go on and on and on and on, but um, And it definitely, it also informs some of my, if I am to have big aspirations or wishes in terms of what I'd like to accomplish or develop, this is a good one. Oh, I shouldn't show that. I'm going to get in trouble for showing that one. And this place, this is a place where I did a 2-week solitary retreat. I did a 2-week solitary retreat at this place. Here you can see something like this, really interesting. That's good. Welcome, Miller. Something like this. Here, look. Okay, this is at the end of my 2-week solitary retreat. Up in the mountain. Taking selfies, of course. What's the first thing you do after a 2-week solitary meditation retreat? Take selfies. But it's interesting, isn't it, to see yourself and to share yourself, to share those experiences with others. One of my monk friends, also coffee. There was a great coffee roastery in Yangon, in Myanmar. So even there's not a lot of Western coffee shops in Myanmar, but this was a place that was really. They had coffee beans. You could get coffee beans there. With a monk friend of mine. This is good. This is a very fat novice monk. So I pick him up, a little fat. It looks like almost like a little woman there, or a little boy, a little man, but he's just a fat little boy. And so I pick him up. You see, I see him. I'm really impressed because he's quite fat. That's a good sign, auspicious sign. And so I say, okay, I get a hold of him and pick him up. You see, very fat boy, very good fat boy. Pick him up. He's happy. Everybody's happy. You see? Very happy. Doesn't he look like a little woman or a little man? But he's just a big fat boy. And it's different in Asia. It's good. It's good to be fat. We're happy about being fat. You know what I mean? We're not nasty. We're not weird. There's not this like depth of nastiness. But just levity and openness and gentleness. And flexibility. It's a great boy, Superman. No, no, no. This is years ago. This is years ago. Years ago as a Buddhist monk. This is 2020. This is just a few months of 1 year, of 7 years of being a Buddhist monk. In Myanmar, in Burma. Somebody wanted to see Japan. I don't think I have many. I do have some pictures, some good pictures from Japan when I went there as a monk. Ah, this is a classic. Nowadays, so many kids are stuck in the world of VR. But actually, even if you don't have this headset on, you can be in a world of VR yourself. If you're stuck in your complicated ideas, your stories, your pictures, the virtual reality of your mind, we have to learn how to take off the VR goggles, to see the present moment, to take a deep breath and to be happy, and let go of all the stuff that just isn't that important. Good luck. Nowadays, so many kids are stuck in the world. See, I mean that really hits, but you have to pay to develop yourself these days, like in terms of social media or getting a following or getting people involved. You have to pay a bunch of money. There's no natural discovery doesn't really work as much as people think that it works. It doesn't. A lot of these new content creators, like up and coming people on YouTube or that get relevant, etc., that get some like trending or some pushing, it's just money. They're just kids or young people or people coming from wealthy families, and then they're promoting their content. And as long as it's halfway decent, people are going to consume it because people will consume anything. People will eat McDonald's every day. So this is a big Buddha in Japan. My experience in Japan wasn't that great. It's very expensive. And spice, this is the thing, is that that's not really true. Playing the algorithm really well is like a scam. It's like something that's sold to people. You pay for advertising. You pay for the chance to be seen. That's the game. It's just like, what else is it like? Like people think that they're going to get rich trading stocks, or they're going to become famous by streaming on Twitch to one person for 24 hours a day or whatever. It's this hope, it's this wish to get famous, it's this hope, it's this wish to be like a millionaire, to be wealthy. It's this hope and this wish to get what you want, but you never actually get what you want. You want to be famous on YouTube? You pay money. Period. And then we say, well, what about that person? Okay, but that's 1 out of a billion, 1 out of a trillion. And we also have the same thing in Buddhism or meditation about getting enlightened on your own, or getting enlightened having never made contact with a teacher or someone who's more experienced than you. Yes, it's possible, but it's 1 in a million, it's 1 in a billion. It just doesn't happen. And so you have to stop believing in that scam. Well, you could play the algorithm. Well, you could get lucky. Well, you could, buy this course and maybe it'll work out for you. You just figure out how to drop ship. You just figure out how to do this or do that or scam people somehow. It's not gonna work. Just like yesterday, we had this mindfulness instructor here, certified mindfulness instructor here, right? There's hundreds of thousands of people that want to make their livelihood by teaching meditation, but it's not going to work out for most of those people. And life isn't going to work out. Life is suffering. You're never going to be satisfied by money or pleasure or whatever. You're going to be satisfied by generosity, by making blessings, by learning how to let go. Really. It's just like an ultra-marathon runner. You're never going to win the race. There's no end. It's not a race to begin with. It's just a play. It's just an exercise. It's just an experience. It's just a happening. There's no you in it to begin with. That kind of thing. If you're trying to win, you'll only lose. So what these people sell you, these marketing social media influencers or these motivational speakers or these people who want to sell their course or sell you their program on how to get money, They want to sell you the dream of being satisfied. If you were actually in the room with them and you weren't completely zoned out, you would see that they're just talking shit. And because we're so used to people talking shit, we don't know when someone is actually speaking from the heart. That's not about you believing in something or you getting something, dangling the carrot in front of you. You're not going to get it because you've already got it, because you aren't there to begin with. This is it. Buddha got enlightened by being based and chill, by practicing mindfulness and detachment seriously, by being ready to sacrifice and to give up his life to be free. That's what this is about. This is Japan. Okay? This is a Buddha in Japan. You have already been affected, Jinwatsu, because you made the statement, I can't get affected. That means you're delusional and disassociated. You don't make lion's roars. It's called a lion's roar if you declare enlightenment, if you declare attainment. You don't make a lion's roar with a comment on a random YouTube live stream video that you're not involved with or engaged with. It's just delusion. And so you may very well be enlightened in a conditional way. You're enlightened when you're in your bathtub. You're enlightened when things go well. You're enlightened when you seem to feel like you're in control of the environment. And that's what the Buddha had. The Buddha was enlightened by wealth. He was a prince. He was a king. He had many wives. He had many servants, etc. But he went out of his house and he saw sickness, old age, death, and a sage, right? So what are you going to do when sickness comes knocking? What are you going to do when death comes knocking? What are you going to do when old age comes knocking? And how do you know that you're honest enough to accept and to recognize how real death is, how real sickness is? You say, I can't get affected. Well, what about when you have boiling hot diarrhea and there's nowhere to go to the toilet? You're telling me you're not affected? I'd be very surprised to see that. The dead can't be disturbed. That's why we call them dead. There you go, Jin. And then we get to this weird thing where we're appropriating the lives of hundreds and thousands of dead people and their families to push forth our ego. Give me a break. If only I could get a hold of you. If only when my anger overtook me, I wasn't just screaming at the screen, but I could actually get a hold of those shoulders and shake you up. What do you mean, Oliver? Are you talking about social action? Are you talking about revolutionary socialist movements, etc.? Miller, are you concerned with enlightenment? Real Buddhists are concerned, especially if they're Western, they're concerned with enlightenment, but they don't necessarily have much access to enlightenment or talking about it. Because enlightenment is like the ultimate sacrifice. Enlightenment isn't about anything. Here, funny guy. It's a lot of pretenders, people who want to have a role or a position or be relevant, but they're not generous enough to be relevant. So they are deemed irrelevant. Okay? This is not your platform for sharing your opinion. So Miller, it's the belief in a self. Ego is just belief in a self, intellectual and subtle. But intellectual is the main one. Practice kindness, Von Acker, and live stream on YouTube, or be here in the live stream. Oliver, the main problem that we have in social justice movements is a lack of stopping and stepping back. Because individuals don't have the capacity to stop and step back, collectives don't have the possibility to stop and step back. Because of this, creative, contemplative, sustained, meaningful action is inaccessible to us, as well as a lack of reverence for renunciation. It's not going to be possible to understand detachment, and you certainly can't convert people to understanding what detachment is, but you can understand renunciation. Only when you can give up everything else can you give your full attention to the work that you want to do, such as Miller, giving the work to do his 100-mile race. Now, that's not enlightenment. That's not wisdom. But it is an expression of what it takes to do these actions. To do that 100-mile race, you have to sacrifice, you have to give up everything else. Pushing your body 100 miles is not a working definition of enlightenment. It has nothing to do with enlightenment. And this is also the problem of appropriation and colonizing. Listen, Buddhism is the gold standard for what enlightenment is, the path to get to enlightenment, the levels and layers of enlightenment, and the teachings that are coming from enlightenment. It's the gold standard bar none, right? It's like the Harvard of spirituality. So the first stage of enlightenment has nothing to do with running 100 miles continuously. There's no intellectual belief in a self. There's no attachment to rites and rituals, like, for example, the attachment to the rite and ritual of a 100-mile race. And there's complete faith in the possibility of total enlightenment or total freedom, the path, basically. If we don't know how to stop and step back and settle down, we're just talking in circles, or we're talking over there when the person is looking at us and talking at us here. We don't share the same terms. We aren't able to build up agreements about what's appropriate, what's not appropriate, according to what makes sense and what doesn't make sense. So if we just use the word enlightenment, that doesn't mean anything. It's just a sound. So if we standardized our mutual agreement on enlightenment, then we can talk about it, such as has been done in Buddhism. There's still many different perspectives, but until we can stop and step back and settle down, there's really nothing that we can talk about it. I agree, Tien is Buddhist, and I'd love to see Tien get a big power boost. I'd love to see something happen with that. But we're in the age of fall off on Dragon Ball. I mean, I don't want to get into anime, but I think Dragon Ball has kind of fallen off, and I hope I'll be proven wrong. Well, it's a part of these aspects of your defilements reducing, right? So it's like there's some people, Ezra, where it's very easy to make them angry, or it's very easy to make them confused. But if you don't have belief in a self, you get to Sotapanna stage or stream entry stage, it's very difficult to make you angry. It's very uncommon for you to be confused, because mostly what we're confused about is our identity and how that relates to the world and the ideas of what the world is based on self. So it's not just the intellectual self-belief, but like the inaccessibility to connect with the intellectual idea of like, I am a self separate from everything else, is an important indicator that this deeper shift has kind of taken place. I hope that makes sense. just focus on your breathing and relax. Aren't we looking at pictures from Japan? Oh, you're welcome, Oliver. So just some pictures from Japan. It's not that exciting. I much prefer Korea to Japan. But you can see me there, the Japan trip, because we have a meditation center in Japan. We have a small center there. If I could go back in time and put my mind of now into the body of then, I probably would stay in Japan longer. But the thing is that just that it's expensive, and it's very overstimulating, I found. Now this is my jam. Who here remembers? Who here has heard the story of Bante or Mr. Rob having nude baths with teenage boys in South Korea? Well, this is moments after. Look at this. I took a nude bath with these boys before these pictures were taken. And we went outside and we did a little bit of arm wrestling. They couldn't take the heat. And this is my golden light uniform, my blessing uniform from Wat Ram Bodhidham. You know, it's just that clothing is just not. It's not. You know, these labels and these dreams and these. You know, we want to have a special pleasurable experience, and we want to have a penthouse apartment, and we want to drive a fancy car, and this and that and this and that, and it's just. Nothing is as valuable as this. Nothing is more meaningful than this. And it never will be. So learn to be with this. Learn to embrace this. There's no then what? Then I kick your butt, Noah. Then I throw you off the boat and you swim home or drown. There is no then what. There is no who needs. It's just allowing this to pervade everywhere, getting out of your own way. Stop thinking, how do I know if I'm progressing in meditation? By me kicking you in your rear end and saying, shut up and get out. It's not intellectual. It's not conceptual. It's not a story. It's not a movie. It's not a TV show. You're not a character of yourself. Stop thinking about things and start being. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Breathe. See, hear, relax, stop. Stop. Has there ever been a time in your life when you wanted to be able to say stop and you wanted everyone to listen and you wanted everything to listen and you wanted everything to stop, point blank, period? No wishes and dreams and hopes and contracts and expectations. You just wanted and needed everything to stop? So do it. Give it. Allow it. Stop. That's meditation. There's no such thing as ultra running. There's no such thing as Buddhism. Just thoughts in your head, just illusions, just dreams. Oh, these beads, I gave these beads away to somebody, but those were really nice beads. So yeah, that's South Korea. Well, this is the thing, is that there's no such thing as winning. There's no such thing as anything. There's no such thing as Buddhism. There's no such thing as ultra running. There's no such thing as there being no such thing as Buddhism. There's no such thing as there being no such thing as ultra running. So it's like it's the ego that hasn't been checked because it hasn't been concerned with wisdom and it hasn't practiced self-sacrifice. So there is a incongruency, a disconnect between reality and you being in reality and that connection, right? So where is over there? Where is over there? You can't get over there in this. You have to get up, you have to sacrifice, you have to serve, you have to volunteer, you have to abandon what you know to know something else. So there's this idea, there's this belief that when your thoughts aren't here, when ultra running isn't in your mind, it's in the ultra running magazine of the universe. And you're worshiping this ultra running magazine of the universe, or whatever it is that you're worshiping and believing in. But the fact is that what's here is what's here, very focusedly, specifically. And what's not here is 100% not here. So that is tuning into reality, right? That is tuning into being able to cut off the attachment, to cut off the delusion, to cut off the complicated thinking in one swipe, in one instant, instead of just perpetuating this game of living your life. Now, we can be practical, but this is not practical. This is not about being practical, but this is the core of what practicality is. And so the further that you get from this, the less practical you'll have a connection or a relationship with. You know, like you'll be in a place that, you're a guest at, and you won't be paying respect to the teacher, or you'll be in a class and you won't be listening to the teacher, etc. Things like that. There's no such thing as you. There's no such thing as reality. We haven't taken these things seriously, my dear beloved friends. Many of us have not taken these things seriously. We haven't invested in this way. We thought about it, we liked thinking about it, we liked making up ideas about it, but we never took it seriously. And now we're running around saying, thinking that we know what the deal is. Well, if you think that you know what the deal is, somebody else is going to have another deal. And if they took it more seriously and invested more than you did, you have to quiesce to that. You have to submit to that, because that's the way that it is. Just like if someone took ultra running more seriously than you did, and they were a better ultra runner than you were, that's the way it is. Just like if someone took arm wrestling more seriously than you did, and you grip up with them, and they're much stronger and much more experienced and technical than you are, that's the way that it is. Now, that's not what this is about, but that is kind of a pointer to help you look at your own mind, especially the mind of being right, or the mind of holding on to an understanding as being right, or the mind of holding on to something. And so we don't get to go from, okay, I'm brushing my teeth, I'm pooping in the toilet, not on the floor, I'm washing my body, I'm taking care of my laundry, I'm getting education, I work my job, I pay my bills, etc., to everything is potato man. These things go together. So this is also practical. Where do you go to your job? How much do they pay you? Who's there? What kind of experiences have you had that allowed you to do that job? What kind of experiences have you gotten from that practice? So it's the same when we start to talk about Zen, or we start to talk about Buddhism, we start to talk about meditation. Let's talk about it. But if your position is that you want to go to another temple or to go to another meditation center and say moo, you're a stupid cow. And then if we really start to talk about strength, and we start to talk about power, and we start to talk about what we believe in, let's talk about that. Let's go into it. Let's explore it. That's interesting. That's rewarding. And it doesn't have to be based in competition. But we tend to not have a very active relationship with sacrificing ourselves, so everything becomes competitive in one way or another. Competing with the environment, competing with ourselves to improve, competing with other people to be more skillful or more knowledgeable or whatever. You know what I mean? But for me and for this situation, this is my house. And this is the way that we do things here. I'm a big fan of professional arm wrestling. Okay, this is Miss Cindy and her daughter. And me, oh, I like that outfit. I love those beads. I shouldn't have given them away, but it's less weight you're carrying around with you. Miss Cindy and her daughter, she is the main organizer for the retreat that my teacher is doing nowadays in America. So they're going to travel around in America doing different practices, different retreats until I think September. And remember, this is what I say to a lot of people here, right? Boom. Watch out. No, Zen and Buddhism aren't different. There's no such thing as difference in Zen or in Buddhism. These were some interesting, I think they were from China, and they wanted to take a picture with me. They wanted to take a picture with the monk. And these beads, those beads are really expensive. Maybe, I don't know how much they were. Some lady gave them to me. But hundreds of dollars. And I gave them to a monk in Seoul who runs the Just Be Temple. It's like an expression of your spiritual practice, your spiritual investment, things like that. How seriously you take this. This is the woman who gave them to me. This is the nun who gave them to me. Well, they're gone. The beads, oh, no, that monk, not this monk. So this I went to it's a big like Christian cult. It's a big Christian cult in South Korea, and I happened to be I don't know how it happened, but somehow I had linked up with their group online and like attended some session that they did that was about Buddhism or like inter-religious dialogue, and then I was walking by that place. That was like their headquarters, and I just ended up going in and meeting and talking with the people there. Big building. Well, take it easy, relax for a little bit, Cody. You know, the number one cause of bad decisions tends to be being in a hurry. When you're not in a hurry, you can do whatever you want. Much less accidents happen, much less problems happen. So just don't be in a hurry. That's my advice. This is a good one. I don't know if that's, I think that's just a stuffed animal. Yeah, something like a cult, but I just wanted to visit it and see what it was, see what they were doing there. Okay, so this is after I was leaving my Korean. Remember I've talked about Zen Master Poha Sunim? I walked away. I was leaving his temple on the mountain today, and or at this day, and I was wearing that backpack and I was going out into South Korea. And so this will be funny. Look at this. You see this? So we were driving, we were coming back from a trip, just out into town, getting some food or getting some things or whatever. See, this is before. This is we were driving. Master Poha Sunim, he was driving, and so we're going up the mountain because that's where he lives up. And so he kind of swerves a little bit onto the side of the road. So it's like the tire is just on the side of the road up here, right? And so what would a reasonable person? A reasonable person would like stop for a second and slow down and like back up and try to move in a particular direction to readjust. That's not what he did. We're on the side of the road, and he puts the car in reverse and when he's doing this, I'm like he's acting strange. So I open up the door because we're already like about to fall off. I open up the door, and he slams on the gas and backs up, and the car starts to tilt and fall over the side. I jump out of the car as this is happening, and him and this old woman who was staying with him are on the side of the road like this. And I actually had to pull them out of the car. So I don't know why he did that. I think he's not afraid to die is a big part of it. This was a good arm wrestling match. Somebody who came to see the master, somebody who came to see Poha Sunim, and I arm wrestled them. Taking a long time to load here. Yeah, I was on Matan Evans' show. That's right. Uh-oh. Yeah, I love arm wrestling. Brother Piggins Hoggins, this is video 1000. This is our 1000th video. Okay, here. So I arrived at the airport, and then it turned out that Master Poha Sunim was arriving at the airport like 12 hours after me. So I wasn't planning. I was planning to just be homeless in South Korea and like wander around, but he was arriving at the same time. So I just waited for him, and then spent some time with him at his hermitage. I've been to Nepal. It's a little bit dirty. Very strong guy. No, Bhutan is a lot nicer. Bhutan is like heaven on earth, but you can't You can't just go to Bhutan. You have to buy a tour package. You have to pay money every day as a Westerner to be there. Um, yeah, because in these environments like Nepal and in India, certain areas, there's just so much competition and there's so much struggle and there's so much frustration a lot of the times with tourism and the government and how people conflate tourism and the government. And it just becomes a very dirty and hostile environment. It can, especially when you're practicing very seriously. If you're just there as a tourist, it's not really going to matter because you're just there to consume. But if you're going very deeply into the meditation and into the practicing, then the energies of the people around you are going to be going to have a lot of effect on your mind. Um, so a lot of people misbehaving, you know, in those kinds of places. Master Sunim, many people want to know about how to become a real Buddhist and change the suffering inside of themselves. You know, many people are suffering a lot. So can you say something about how they can deal with the suffering?
For where did you see the suffering people?
Master Sunim, many people want to know about how to become a real Buddhist and change the suffering inside of themselves. You know, many people are suffering a lot. So can you say something about how they can deal with the suffering?
For where did you see the suffering people?
From where did you see the suffering people? So he's high above me, but he's old. So I've got plenty of time to catch up. But that's kind of what we're working for, you know. That's like grandpa plus ultra. That's like it's like if your grandpa was a real anime superhero. Right? From where do you see the suffering people? What's going on? In the real way.
In the real start again.
Master Poha, how can we know about the truth of Zen in the real way?
In the real way, I can tell you, remember it very carefully, okay? 3 times 3 is 10.
I'll tell you 2 more stories with him. These are actually, I've told you the stories about him kind of saying offhand things that also weren't directly towards me. But I can tell you 2 times that I got the whip from him. And the first time we were sitting at the table together, he was serving tea, and there were guests, you know, Korean guests that are Buddhists, and they come to be around him, be around the monk, and listen to his teaching, and just to be together for a little bit and to support. And so he was giving his Dhamma lecture, and I was really looking closely at him, and I was really like challenging him. Especially a part of his teaching method will be like, you know, you ask, what is the sound of one hand clapping? Or what is your original nature? And then you have to give an answer that cuts through the mind, that cuts through the intellect, right? And so I was taking this intellectual position like, where's this idea that there has to be an answer with a particular period of time? You know, like you have to make an answer at that time to that question. So anyway, I was just being like that, right? You know, kind of holding on and saying, am I really holding on? And looking at him very closely. And so at a certain point, you know, after he was saying, you know, I'm talking shit and I'm such an idiot, he picked up like a big metal thing because he was preparing tea. So he has all these tea tools and things like that. So he picked up one of these things and he motioned like he was going to throw it at my face. And I flinched back. So clearly I wasn't being fully Zen. I wasn't being fully mindful and detached. You know what I mean? And I was really focusing, and he picked that up completely unexpectedly. Like, he was even saying it, it's one of those things that it's so out there you can barely believe it. And then another time I was getting ready to go. I was getting ready to leave from his center, and we were having breakfast, and so I kind of went to breakfast, and then I was like, and I was a little bit foggy, I was a little bit upset, and the breakfast wasn't nice. You know, it's a kind of a very poverty way of living up in his hermitage. And the woman, you know, who's there wasn't so nice, and I was just, you know, I don't want to eat breakfast, and I've got to go pack, and I've got to go do my thing. So I just got up and went off and went to go do my thing, right? So then he came to my room and he called me back and he said, come back here, you know, come and sit down. And he was like, look, you can't just go off and leave the table like that. You know, we're having breakfast now. And I challenged and I said, you know, well, so maybe tried to be Zen, like there is no breakfast. You know, I'm not just going to do things like that just to do them. And he yelled at me, you know, he like slammed the table and said, shut up, cut it, you know, cut that off, you know, be respectful. And, you know, he used that force, he used that power, he used that heart and that sword. Um, yeah, and it's definitely not what you think that it is. You know, that's the important teaching. It's not what you think that it is. And that it's not about you. Yeah, once you fall into like your personal thinking and personal position, it's time for you to get out. You've cheated yourself out of freedom by identifying with your personally held opinion and position.
Remember, be very careful, okay? 3 times. How can we become enlightened as a normal people? Start again. Master Poha, how can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will give my shit. If not, also I will give my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will give my shit. If not, also I will give my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will give my shit. If not, also I will give my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will give my shit. If not, also I will give my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will give my shit. If not, also I will give my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will give my shit. If not, also I will give my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will give my shit. If not, also I will give my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will give my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. What do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit. And what do you want to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not? How can we become enlightened as a normal people? If you get enlightenment, I will keep my shit. If not, also I will keep my shit.
It's not
And
a
what do you want
joke.
to do? Do you want to get enlightenment or not?
You just don't understand. You don't understand what it's like to lose a child. You don't understand what it's like to see your loved one cut down in front of you. You don't understand what it's like to be at the edge of death. You are privileged. You are arrogant. You are selfish and blind. You are a fool. It's not a joke. It's just that you are too stupid to understand. There's nothing wrong with that. But that is the way that it is. There's nothing wrong with being stupid. Okay? You know, we say, how can you say that? How can you say something like that? Or how can you say the opposite? How can you say that there's something wrong with being stupid? Aren't there real stupid people out there? So, are you saying that there's something wrong with them? Maybe it's just that you don't want to be stupid. You don't want to be one of those people that's seen as stupid. Well, this is the place for you to be as stupid as everybody else. As stupid as me, as stupid as you, as stupid as everyone. Everybody's stupid. Enter at your own risk. Enter at your own risk. What does it really mean? What is it really about? I'm not saying we can't ask that question. I'm not saying we can't talk about it. But I'm saying that our hurriness to understand is our hurriness to be a fool. Our hurriness to die. No. No psychedelics necessary. I live a psychedelic life. So I don't need to take psychedelics to cope with the way that I'm living my life. A lot of people, especially a lot of young people, are using psychedelics or using weed or using alcohol to cope with the fact that they're living a life that doesn't bring meaning to them, doesn't bring value to them, isn't helping them to develop and grow. So they can't just, these are sensitive boys and girls, sensitive people. So they can't just work at McDonald's and save up money and do whatever. They also have to smoke weed to cope with the way that they're living their lives. So I think all of us, we should try to live our lives in a way where we're not coping, where the life that we are living itself is our joy, our happiness, our freedom, our way. A hint, there is a great master who was once asked, "Who is the Buddha? What is the Buddha?" The master replied, "The Buddha is a dried shit stick." We're too self-important. Our egos are too big. We are too self-important and our egos are too big. Is there free food here? Let's see. Hello. Not buffet style. Yeah, there's nothing artificial about it, nothing contrived or conventional about it.
Can I have you?
Ah, no, thank you. It's not buffet style. It wasn't, I don't think they having offering. What to do? Rent for a few days. What the heck is going on? We're back. Well, you missed out on my incredible lecture. But the point is, stop taking yourself so seriously. Stop taking your understanding so seriously. You are not paid to think. You are not paid to understand. You didn't grow up with a mentor, with a teacher. You don't practice meditation seriously. You haven't investigated the nature of reality seriously. These are just things that you've picked up in your mind, thoughts that you've cobbled together. And then because you are comfortable, because the temperature is a certain way, because you have enough water, because you have enough food, because you have access to entertainment, you think that you are the second coming of Christ. In terms of the ego, in terms of understanding everything, in terms of how much permission you give yourself to whine and complain. It's like you are Christ or God or the second coming of the complainer of the universe. And we have to learn how to accept and to embody not knowing. You don't know, and mostly you're not just talking shit, you're thinking shit. It's just nonsense that you're going on about and that you're believing in. And some people kind of know that that's true, but they don't know what to do, and their egos are out of control, so they're aggressive in this situation or trying to get some kind of extra attention, but that's not going to help. It's not what you need. You need to let go. You need to share. And if we don't share for ourselves, at least we can share for the others. But really, I don't need to do anything. I don't need to go anywhere. Everything will take care of itself. Hello, namaste. My friend, Mr. Whale, just arrived by motorbike.
Thank you, say thank you. Oh, every day. Ini you beli mana ini? Saya beli. Mau beli, tapi suruh dia beli. Jasanya. Jadi saya tanya dia. Oh iya. Ingat dia. Nanti you beli kali satu boleh. Boleh. Betul dia beli di sana, beli tahu betul. Sini. Ini ini untuk belakang orang duduk lah. Oh. Saya ini pakai. Tapi semalam dia beli punya ada lagi satu kepala. Belakang pun boleh masuk dalam kepala. Suruh dia beli itu. Ada nanti.
What is the weather today?
Today in Yukon 18 Tanjung Toko. It started off rainy from 12 a.m. to 4 a.m., followed by cloudy skies from 4 a.m. to 11 a.m., and finally, it will be cloudy until midnight.
Very nice. How are you?
Oh, very good, yeah.
You buy or rent?
No, I just rent.
Rent. How much the moment?
Oh, I just rent for a couple days,
Oh,
just to try. But I like a lot. Really nice to ride motorbike, you know?
yes. Oh, you can drive your country license here. You can drive international license.
You know, it's different
Different.
because in America, there's a lot of people,
Yeah.
there's a lot of police looking
Yes.
around to pull somebody over. But in Malaysia or here, nobody's pulling anybody
Yes,
over.
yes.
So as long as you can get a bike and it has something, you know, behind it, nobody, even there's nothing there. Not going to be any problem. So
Malaysia good.
yeah. You live here?
Yes.
How long you live in Malaysia?
50 years.
15 years. But you're from Myanmar.
Yeah, from Myanmar.
Yeah.
You are stay working here. Work.
Yeah. It's difficult to get the visa for working or get the job for Myanmar?
No overstay now.
Oh, really?
Yes.
Okay, I shake your hand. Good luck and good blessings,
Yeah,
okay?
thank
Buddha
you.
take care of you, okay?
Yes.
Don't worry about it. Okay, friends, I don't know if our connection is back, but what I had said, let's get some big W's in the chat for going to do the laundry. Let's get some big W's in the chat for this opportunity to be together. Let's get some big W's in the chat for no torrential downpour on the way to the laundromat. Let's get some big W's in the chat for relax and release the whole body and mind. And especially relax and release the whole body and mind of going somewhere and doing something, etc. And let's get some big W's in the chat for just, you know, what are you teaching? What are you doing? What program are you doing? You know, and it's like, I've got enough programs. I spent how many years? 18 years or 15 years in school. I'm done with school. Now I just relax and release the whole body and mind and see what happens. Whatever happens, that's what's helping us. That's what's teaching us. Okay, can we get some big W's in the chat, everybody? How's our connection? You can feel the waves, the vibrations. Okay, good, good, good. Okay, big W's in the chat, everybody. You didn't think I'd give up that easily, did you? I won't give up on you, you don't give up on me. We can walk the way together. We've arrived at the laundromat. Or should I say, we've arrived at the Dharma Hall, the mindfulness and detachment zone. Yes, yes, yes. Yes, 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 yes. We have arrived. You know, it makes me think to sing a song. I have arrived. I am home in the here and in the now. I am solid. I am free. Big W's, everybody. I am solid. I am free. In the ultimate I dwell. In the ultimate I dwell. Boom, boom. We're all the leaves of one tree. We're all the leaves of one tree. The time has come for all to be as one. We're all the waves of one sea. We're all the waves of one sea. The time has come for all to be as one. We're all the stars of one sky. We're all the stars of one sky. The time has come for all to be as one. We are all the hearts of one beat. Thank you so much, Oliver. Oliver, I don't think the laundry is going to cost more than $5, so please do consider that you are paying for my laundry. And really, it's our laundry, right? These clothes aren't just for me, they're for everyone. You know what I mean? How many coins do I need? Iron 6. 6 plus 6. We've got our tokens. We've got our mindfulness. We've got our detachment, which is going to be important. not about competition. No competition. The competition of who can be most not in competition. That's the competition that we're talking about here. There's no good reason to be stressed. There's no good reason to be worrying. Just be mindful. Just be open. Don't get lost in your responsibilities. Don't get lost in what you think you have to do. I like to think about it like this. Who is God? Who is God? And what is God? Well, God is that which is not understandable by me, not understandable through the ego, not understandable through my thoughts. So that my thoughts about God, it doesn't matter what word you use for it, source or whatever, my thoughts about God are not God. So it's beyond myself, it's beyond my thoughts. It's boundless. So being in relationship with God is like prayer becoming meditation. And if you're talking about Christian monks, these are people who know that very well and understand that very well. So they devote themselves to being in relationship with God instead of just thinking about God and trying to ask God to give them what they want. Is that clear? When we think that God is our thoughts about God, then God becomes a dirty word. When we think that our thoughts about God is God, then God becomes a dirty word. So let's live in a way where God is not a dirty word. The same with life. Life becomes dirty when we think that our thoughts about life are life. And let's just wash everything. Let's wash everything that we have. So we can take everything out of our bags. We can empty our bags. Same with the mind. We can empty our mind. And then we can wash our mind. We can empty our body, just like fasting, right? So like not thinking is like fasting for the mind. We have our instrument also. It's a good idea to clean your room. It's a good idea to not be living in clutter and to know how to empty out whatever it is that you have. Empty it out. Release it, relax it out. Not holding on, not fixating, not bound it up. I think I lost something. So let it be. It is, I found it. I thought I'd lost it, but it was here. It was here all along. Yes. To relax.
To relax when it's the most difficult to relax is the time when relaxation is most important. All right. Here. EJB, that's called having a supporter or an assistant who they want to do your laundry for you because they want you to do what you want to do. And in the idea of a monk or a spiritual practitioner, to do that practice, not to waste time on the small stuff. But if we really have a spiritual practice, then we don't mind doing things like this. Doing things like this can also be our spiritual practice, can also be our joy. But like my teacher, there's always nuns, there's always people around him that want to wash his robe or help him to do things that he has to do so that he can be busy doing the things that he could do. Amitofo, 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 Amitofo. Amitofo, 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 There is no path to happiness. Happiness is the path. Amitofo, 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 Amitofo. let your worries, thoughts, and plans about the future and the past pass away. Amitofo, 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 Amitofo. It's dangerous to attach. It's dangerous to engage. Learn how to not accept or receive the gifts that people offer you. You don't know where those gifts came from. You don't know where that joke or where that mind came from. So in accepting it, in receiving it, in participating in it, you are linking yourself to something that you have no idea what that's coming from. They say it's a joke, but it could be coming from a place of deep suffering, deep negativity, deep greed, anger, and delusion. So it's best to be safe. Amitofo. And we know that the person who made that joke isn't contemplating about the circumcision of children in Africa for girls or the circumcision of baby boys in America. They aren't contemplating about what it's like to have flesh cut off their body. They aren't contemplating about the reality of these experiences. So they're making light of something that they don't dare to contact, and yet they're contacting it. So it's a kind of disingenuousness, and it's a kind of disassociation, and it's a kind of irreverence for who they actually are and what they're actually willing to talk about and to experience for themselves. When people make light of circumcision, when people make light of being disabled or something like that, that's nothing to make light of, because that's something that will and can happen to you. You're going to get sick. You're going to die. You're going to go through these difficulties. So life, one way or another, life will require your authenticity. Life will require your openness to feel and deal with suffering. You can make light of it all that you want, but that's just pretending. That's just faking. Amitofo, 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 Amitofo. You can also chant together with me instead of trying to figure out what it means. Just go along with it. Amitofo, 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 Amitofo. Stop distracting yourself. Focus. Chant along or listen along. Amitofo, 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 Amitofo. The problem isn't that you're focusing or you're not focusing. The problem is when you unnecessarily choose to get distracted, when you unnecessarily choose to get involved with things that don't have any meaning. Now you're setting up a very, 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 very deep pattern in yourself to always be distracting yourself, to always be disassociating, to always be turning towards the inconsequential and turning away from the absolute. Amitofo, 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 Amitofo. There is anger, isn't there? Anger arises and it disappears. But there's not really someone that is angry. Just like there's not really someone that has to do something or doesn't have to do something. As much as there's someone that has to do this thing, there's also, on the opposite side, someone who doesn't have to do this thing. So you have to stop fixating on the someone that goes through these things and start to fixate on the happening of the thinging itself. So the roots of anger, the roots of greed, the roots of delusion are very, very, very deep. So we have to be very, very patient, and we have to approach the uprooting of those roots in the right way, in the skillful way. That means if we're trying to control ourselves to be less greedy, that's a form of greed. If we're trying to force anger to go away, that's a kind of frustration, a kind of anger. If we're trying to think about how to be less delusional, that is being delusional about trying to be less delusional. So the teaching is very important to relax and to release the whole body and mind, release the striving. And in this way, you don't have to suppress anger. You can recognize it and feel it and bear it and endure it when it arises. Anger can be your reminder to stop. Anger can be your reminder to relax and release the whole body and mind. Just like before I came here, I know that the connection was going in and out, right? But we are doing our live streaming, and you know that that's important to me, and that's important to some other people as well. This chance to be together, this chance to be mindful, this chance to be concerned with enlightenment, or whatever that is, to be concerned with freedom. And I have to do the laundry. Well, I'm running out of clothes and outfits. Also, it's raining outside. Also, I need to return the bike. So these are a lot of variables going on, right? So that moment in that time when I'm stuck in a crossroads and all these different variables, these things that I think that I have to do, these responsibilities or whatever that I have to deal with, there's a lot of stopping, a lot of pausing, a lot of stepping back. And when we make up our life to be so constantly busy and doing things and being someone and all of these appointments and all of these expectations and obligations, a lot of which are unnecessary, we lose this connection to stopping, stepping back, and to relax and to release the whole body and mind in the midst of the turmoil, because that's when you need it most. And actually, when we are in that, when we are in the midst of that, that is the place of relaxation. That is the place of awareness. That is the place to be free. Because when we're just relaxed and we're laying in our room and, we're doing whatever we do, we're just going to cycle. We're just going to fall into our consumption and our complacency and distracting ourselves, isn't it? So we want to be mindful and detached. Now, is it possible to get rid of the ego? Is it possible to uproot greed and uproot anger and uproot delusion? 100%. It's completely possible. But it takes a lot of sacrifice. It takes ready to give up your life to end suffering. So you know your limits and how far you're going to be able to go into that, right? So that's why we may want to go beyond our limits in that so we live a better life. But also that's why we have reverence and respect and cultivate relationships with people who are farther along on the path, or people who are willing to sacrifice more, to give up more, to uproot those subtleties of greed, anger, and delusion, so that we can also be on the path, right? And we can support those people to teach other people and to also continue on their own path. Makes a lot of sense. And also, we have this philosophy, we have this idea of making blessings. So even though we are very limited in terms of what we're willing or able to sacrifice in terms of our lives and our bodies and minds and ourselves, we can still practice generosity, we can still volunteer, we can still try to practice meditation every day, we can still try to listen to Dhamma talks, we can still try to be on the journey of ending suffering, even if we know that we're not fully ready to go farther. And even that we can't fully understand a lot of things, that it doesn't keep us from doing good deeds, it doesn't keep us from having a way of engagement that brings benefit to others, that's about us letting go of our thoughts, us letting go of our desires, us letting go of our fears, etc. Yeah, stop trying. You don't, rotten mouse. What you can do is you can follow the 5 precepts. You can practice generosity seriously. You can be more and more involved in the path. Like what you get back or what you develop in is what you're concerned with, what you're involved with, what you give your attention to. If all that you're doing is giving your attention to making money and giving your attention to watching TikTok or watching YouTube or distracting yourself, okay? That's what you're investing in. That's the return that you're going to get back into. So it doesn't have to be that complicated or convoluted. And we also need to stop considering ourselves as like a decision-making robot. You're not an artificial intelligence. You might know that there's something really good to do that you could apply to your life, and your life would be much better, and it's not even that difficult to do it. That doesn't mean that you're going to do that thing. So it's very much what we're interested in, what we're concerned with, what we give our attention to, what we come back to. Okay? Rather than tell me what to do. Because you're oftentimes we don't want to be told what to do. And even if we hear it, we're not going to do it. And if we hear it and we don't try it, you pretend that you're making a decision about doing that or not doing that, but you don't even know what that is and what the effects of that are. So you're not actually making a determination about it. The teaching here is that there's no self, there's no real person here. I'm not a real person, you're not a real person. This isn't a real place in particular, but this is all just a phenomenon, just like clouds in the clear blue sky. This is like appearances. There are appearances. And seeing through the appearances is wisdom. And wishing to help those appearances end is compassion. This is why generosity is so powerful. Because if you are separate from everything, there's not really much reason to be generous, is there? Because really, if you give to anybody, you should give to yourself, because you're you. But if all of this is together, and there's not really any you to begin with, then generosity is like this revolutionary action, where you are now acquainting yourself with non-separation. You are acquainting yourself with interbeing. You are acquainting yourself with the way that things actually are. So that is wisdom and compassion. That is mindfulness and detachment. Feel it for what it is. That's how you become more skillful. That's how you become more experienced. It's like people can spend all their time watching or being live on YouTube or streaming or researching Buddhism or studying carpentry. But unless you go out there and you get involved and you practice it, you don't know what you're talking about. So you have to find your way to go out there and have direct experience. It's not just about you thinking through it. You thinking through it is worthless. It's not. It's even something that you don't want. It's even something that you don't value. At least I know a lot of the time for myself, I'd rather not be thinking. I'd rather be walking and relaxing and being at peace with myself. You know, most people aren't university professors. Most people aren't CEOs. Most people aren't social leaders or political leaders or whatever. Your thoughts are worth a lot less than you think that they are. And more importantly, they're a lot more irrelevant than you think that they are. If I sit here and I repeat the mantra, I'm not crazy, 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 is that going to mean that I become not crazy, and vice versa? I'm crazy, I'm crazy, I'm crazy, I'm crazy, I'm crazy, I'm goose, 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 goose. Is that going to mean that I become crazy? No. So you getting to the bottom of it is just the same as a flat earth conspiracy theorist getting to the bottom of it. Life is not about thinking about things. Life is about living beyond things. Yes or no? Can we get some W's in the chat? So this other thing about generosity, that it doesn't have anything to do with the other person and the other person's desires. That's why if I ever reach out to you and say, hey, I need this, I want this, give me this, you can be sure to, not respond to that and to not listen to that. Unless you've already told me, if there's anything you need, let me know, then that's a different situation. So generosity is not about meeting the desires of other people. It has nothing to do with other people's desires. And it should also have nothing to do with your desires. That's why generosity is powerful. That's why generosity is an action of individuation and generosity is an action of independence. Zen Master Dogen, he said, cultivate hidden virtue and confess your faults. Share your faults. Share your bad qualities. Let people know about them. And the good things that you do, don't tell anybody about them. Hide them. Hide the good things that you do. Truth is rootless. That's just talking nonsense, the what-if game. What if the earth is actually flat? What? You've got enough what-ifs in your life. You've got enough what-ifs in your life. And the way that karma works, the way that cause and effect works, is that it's very subtle. It's not black and white. So the history, the trauma, the transgressions of slavery in America have repercussions today. It's making up a lot of assumptions. It's making up a lot of ideas that aren't necessarily as solid as you think that they are. It's trying to tell other people what to think and who to be and etc., when you're not in a position to do that. It's like trying to constantly tell other people about your political beliefs or your idea of how the society or the country should work, when it's not your position, it's not your responsibility to do that. It's your responsibility to stop drinking alcohol. It's your responsibility to practice generosity. It's your responsibility to be a more grounded, mindful, kind, forgiving, open-minded, open-hearted, and not deep thinking, but deep looking individual. That's your responsibility. Not to have a political position. You're not a politician. That's for a lot of people. That's the situation. Everybody's the big tough guy, everybody's the big thinker until they've got a stomach ache. And the teaching here is that the whole body and mind is one big stomach ache. The world is one big stomach ache. And the work here is to transform that one big stomach ache into a flower. Look, the laundry's done. Not too difficult, huh? Not too long. Doesn't take a long time. Wow. Virtue. You know, everybody wants to tell everybody what to do, and if you ask them what virtue is, it means voting for Donald Trump. It means you agree with what I have to say. We're here to talk about virtue. We're here to talk about generosity. We're not here to tell other people what to do. Assalamu alaikum. Is it okay or is it static? I'm hoping that it fixes itself. The microphone. Don't get me started talking about other people. I'll never stop. And the cultural norms of our modern society. The way that people are. Don't get me started. Oi, 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 oi. Come on, come on. Don't give up now. Come on, come on. Yeah, the mic got the rain on it, so. Thank you so much, Sonia. I really appreciate that. You know, it means a lot. And hang in there. Don't overthink it. Whatever it is, it's impermanent. And it's always like that, no matter what. Hello, hello.
How are you doing? Oh. I'm just taking a look and taking a look at your wares. Looks delicious.
Yeah, thank you.
Because I'm next door doing my laundry, so. Because the spirits, they accumulate, they dwell, they like to dwell and to sink and to involve. So, but it's not sustainable, it's not possible, because impermanence is the law, impermanence is the nature. So the spirits, they cannot maintain themselves. So that's why the greedy or the angry or delusional spirit kind of make a loud noise, or they want to, what's going on? And so the best thing to give them in terms of what's going on is to give them the ending, to give them the blessing, to give them the resolution of non-thought, to, in the most ideal cases, to widen out and to brighten out, to broaden out the mind, to give out the forgiveness. Then that's really, really good. If you give out the forgiveness, that's really, really good. Just do it. Don't think about it, just do it. How much does aware go for there? I don't know what that is. What is aware? How much does it cost? Maybe the real power, maybe the true power was friends that we made along the way. And then the spirits, they're easy to calm down. Okay, so I want to get some of these things here.
What? Sorry?
I want to buy some of these things here.
This one, ayam bawang. Ayam the onion.
Okay,
Chicken onion.
one that, and one that,
Okay.
and one that.
Okay.
How much is that?
It's very cheap. This one 6 ringgit.
Oh,
This
okay.
one 7 ringgit.
Okay,
This
one
one
that.
7. This one lamb, mutton, nice, local.
Oh.
10 ringgit.
Oh,
Nice. Fish.
how much is one portion? How much? So just egg, fish, boop, boop,
With rice, huh? Without rice.
with the rice.
Yeah, yes. Eat here, take away.
Here.
Yeah, okay.
Oh, and this one,
Yeah, okay.
and this one, yellow one.
Yeah, come.
Okay. Just one. Yeah, that's great. One. That and the egg. Okay, that's perfect. Okay, and can I get the Sprite?
Sprite,
No.
okay.
How about not Sprite, but okay, Sprite is okay.
Ice, ice.
Oh, thank you very much.
How about the... Okay. To be aware. What a gift. What a blessing to be aware. Yeah, both is okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Jill. You too. Everybody wants to be convinced. I'll convince you. Just you wait.
Oh my goodness, thank you so much. Beautiful. See you next time.
You can say hello, sir. I live streamer, very famous man.
Yes, famous.
Okay.
Pinay.
You also famous. How about this hat? What is the hat meaning?
Sorry?
Your hat. What is it?
This prayer.
Prayer hat.
Yes, yeah.
Prayer hat.
Prayer hat. You
Only-
from?
I'm from America.
Oh, so nice place, very good. Okay.
Thank you so much, sir. I'm gonna Dragon Ball Z you, Will. Listen. Some people get it, some people don't. If you get it, you've got more responsibility to remember and to know that nobody gets it. Okay? But it's all food for the fire. Food for the fire of mindfulness and detachment. And I'm very grateful to everybody, especially the trolls.
if you're depressed, it's just like your mind has a stomachache. So, most of the time what you have to do is go and sit on the pot. Go and sit on the pot for a little bit and wait. So if you're depressed, you probably maybe need to lay down in bed. You need to relax a little bit. You need to calm down a little bit. You're a little bit excited or nervous or worried about that tummy ache. As if you don't have access to a toilet, but you do have access to a toilet, don't you? You have access to a bed to lay down, and relax, and to feel what there is to feel. Because that depression is impermanent. But if you don't accept it, if you don't allow it, then you're likely to make a mess of yourself. And then to identify with that depression, like I'm depressed, I have a problem. Instead of just taking a break and relax, say, hey, stop. Calm down, settle. Relax. Feel what there is to feel. All right, Blake. Oh my God. got to learn how to stop pretending. And the reason that the children of our world act the way that they do is because all they've ever learned how to do is pretend. To be a faker, to be inauthentic, to front, to bluff. We've got a youth group of fronters and bluffers who don't know how to be real. So we all have to pick up our own. Well, pretenders aren't allowed here, Adam. See you on the other side. We all have to be for real, be authentic, be honest, be wholehearted. Or, we're just making our entire lives be irrelevant. Our voice, our heart, our body and mind to be just irrelevant. For more than 10 years. I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years. I hope so. I hope it's a good exercise. People have learned to be aggressive to each other. And I think that the modern children, the modern people under 18, they were not respected. They were mistreated and they know they were mistreated. They were cheated out and they know they were cheated out. They were shoved into a box of nonsense for no point and purpose as far as could be explained to them. And, monkeys learn aggression. Monkeys learn how to be aggressive with each other. You ever see a monkey and they look at you like that? They look at you like that? It's because they've learned to check where they can get into the hierarchy of dominance. So if you don't want to fight, if you want to back down, then now you're in a less dominant position, right? Nothing in particular. No need for nothing in particular. No need for anything in particular. Yes, it is. Yes, it is. What's up? I'm not Jeffrey Dahmer. Buddhism's based. I like Buddhism. I just said I'm not Jeffrey Dahmer. You can call me Mr. Rob or Mr. W. You can call me Mr. Monk Life Meditation. Give it a try, Blake. It couldn't hurt. Yeah, that's right. That's right. What are we doing here? What are we thinking here? What are we acting like that here for? Why are we scrolling on YouTube Shorts? Why are we scrolling on TikTok? Why can't we stop consuming? Why can't we stop chasing after some experience? Something to see, something to hear, something to feel. What are we really looking for? What are we really searching for deep inside of ourselves as young people? It's time to stop. It's time to stop the game of life. It's time to unplug. It's time to turn off the TV show of your identity, of the story of yourself. Just let it go. Just let it go. Let it flow. Just stop. Just stop. It doesn't need to be good. It doesn't need to be bad. Just stop. Just let it go. I'll show everybody what true power looks like. I'll show everybody what true power looks like. I'll show everyone. breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. I'm in charge, I'm in control now. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. It's time back we take back our authenticity, our sincerity. It's been taken from us, forced into education camps, forced to believe, forced to study, forced to think. It's time to take back our rights, to take back our right to not think, to take back our right to do what we want to do, to take back our right to ask why. Why do I have to do this? The only time when why makes sense is when you're asking somebody why they're forcing you to do something. That's the why that makes sense. Why, oh why, oh why? Why do I have to do this? And if you don't like the reasoning, tell them and say, I don't like that, I don't believe in that, I don't support that, that's not how I live my life. Tell them, who are you to tell me what to do? Who are you to tell me what to think? Who are you to tell me what to put in my own mind? Don't get caught singing the song, just sing it when you're all alone, when nobody knows what you're doing. Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. I am blooming as a flower. I am fresh as the dew. I am fresh as the dew. I am solid as a mountain. I am firm as the earth. I am as firm as the earth. I am free. Breathing in, breathing out. Here, I have a special treat for you guys. Look at this. I have a special treat for everybody. Nice clean camera lens there. Breathing in, breathing out. If they're a horrible troll, doesn't that mean they're a great troll? Breathing in, breathing out. Breathing in, breathing out. I am water reflecting what is real, what is true. And I feel there is space. I do feel there is space deep inside of me. I am free. I am free. I am free. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water, there are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water, there are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. There's a lot of things that we could do that might be pleasurable that are not good to do. When we're only thinking about ourselves, we may make a lot of mistakes. When we think more and more about the others, we're less likely, less inclined to make big mistakes. You always have to remember this contemplative rule of thinking. Just because something feels good doesn't mean that it is good. And so we might have to adjust and change the way that we're living our lives quite a bit, because we've been operating under a kind of animalistic viewpoint that just because something feels good, it is good. We need the medicine. We need the bitter medicine of suffering to get out of suffering. We need the bitter medicine of self to realize no self. We need the bitter medicine of letting go, of giving away, to realize that we will lose everything no matter what. So, don't be shy, don't be in a hurry, don't be in a rush. We just go step by step, and then of course we go away, we come back, we fall off the path, we get back on the path. That is the path. So don't be too hard on yourself, don't be too rough on yourself about any difficulties or any things that you want to do but can't necessarily do, that are not just pleasurable but actually are meaningful and good. People don't understand that this is my job. This is my work. This is my job and this is my work. I am a vipassana, Dhamma vipassana meditation master, meditation teacher. Realistically, at least my master, my teacher, he said that I am one of the meditation master. So, the matter of fact is that a lot of people aren't interested in meditation. And they're certainly not interested in the kind of meditation that I teach. Because this is meditation that's concerned with going outside of and going beyond conventions. People say, get a job. You are my job. You are literally a part of my job in asking that question. in being here at this live stream. You know what I mean? So I don't mind if you want to ask questions. I don't mind if you want to learn more, but if you're coming to my place of work, if you're coming to where I do business, be ready to learn. Be ready to give. Be ready to, this is all donation based, so be ready to practice, be ready to listen, be ready to give, all that stuff. Because I'm not going to take it easy on you just because you say, well, I wandered in here, I was scrolling through YouTube shorts. You're in my dojo now. And in my dojo, things go the way that I say they go, because this is my job, this is my work, this is my responsibility, to hold a standard and to teach a standard. And you are supporting that right now by being here. So instead of telling me to job, I recommend you shut that mouth, you shut that big mouth, and you listen. Or you get out. It's up to you. But we're not here to play games. We're not here to fart around. We're here to be concerned with the truth. We're here to practice mindfulness and detachment. And this is a full-time job. Am I good at my job? Sometimes I think about that and I look back to like the beginning of when I started teaching meditation. So that was in 2019. The next year after becoming a monk in 2018. And remember at one point we had a lot of people signing up and participating in the classes and I remember at one point the platform that was been following along with the class and asked experience reports, send that along to the powers that be. And we got, 20, 30, we got a bunch of experience reports from people who it was having a very deep and meaningful impact on their lives. It was really helping them a lot. And I can't tell you how much I've developed, practiced, and trained over the past 7 years, 6 years, or 5 years since 2019. So I think it's from that kind of logic, it's got to be good. It's got to be working. I think it's just that there's different ways for things to work, right? There's very subtle things. There's very subtle experiences. There's very subtle relationships that change the direction of our lives. And then there's very gross experiences. Meaning very general experiences that change our lives. So I hope this is subtle experience and teaching that helps you to change your life and to adjust yourself to be more free from suffering and more mindful, more detached, just more free. That's what it all is about, isn't it? Just being a little bit more free. And that's where the real beauty is. The real beauty is in freedom. Stream is messing up. No, I was doing a monologue. Are you serious? The very last time when the stream should be messing up is when I'm monologuing. Nobody cares if you're from Antarctica. You say you're from Antarctica one more time, I'm going to come down there to Antarctica and I'm going to show you what it feels like to practice mindfulness and detachment. Okay? No more Antarctica comments. Antarctica is now a banned word. Everybody from Antarctica is welcome to be here. Just don't talk about it, don't mention it, okay? Is that understood? If you're from Antarctica, that's fine, but I don't want to know it. I don't want to hear about it. No Antarctica talk here. People come in here and pretend. They pretend to know about things they don't know about. They don't like that people are living, well, they're just bitter. They just have suffering inside of themselves, that's all. You know, people don't know, people don't understand that I'm the power man. People don't understand that I'm the power man, okay? And I got the power. I got the power to do what needs to be done, okay? People need to start to understand that. And whether or not they understand that, I'm going to keep doing my stuff. I'm going to keep doing my work. Do not mention Antarctica here. Thank you. Do not mention Antarctica here. You know, people come in, they say, what kind of meditation class is this? What kind of former Buddhist monk is this? And I say, me and you, we got the same questions. We're the same kind of people. We ask the same kind of questions. I also don't know. What is this? What's this about? You know, what direction is this going towards? And then I just say, I remind myself, I say, I'm the real power man. I know what I'm doing. I know what needs to be done, and I'm going to do it. Step by step, right, everybody? Step by step. Come on, everybody. I know you can do it now. Come on, everybody. You know you can do it. Because ghetto fab, it's an instantaneous practice. It's an instantaneous practice. And then you can look at how angry you're getting every day, how greedy you're getting every day, how lost in thoughts and emotions you're getting every day. You can watch that, you can realize that, you can know about that and say, okay, everything's going fine, not a big deal. So I guess I'm doing the mindfulness and detachment. I guess I'm doing well, I guess I'm going down the path. But sometimes how we know that we are actually on the path and in the business of the work. Oh, Oliver. Thank you, Oliver. And please, Oliver, remember, YouTube does take 30%, so you can donate on PayPal as well, or other ways that don't take percentages. But yes, you are the man. Very good. Thank you so much. And that's also that's also the understanding about my methodology and approach. It's just trust and connection and that the ultimate is spontaneous, that the ultimate is instantaneous, that the ultimate is not something that we're gonna go for a meditation retreat and now we've got the ultimate. You can get a lot of blessings, you can get a lot of positive side effects if you go and do a 10-day Vipassana retreat, a big meditation retreat or something. I'm not saying that you can't, I'm not saying that that won't be helpful, but the wisdom or the enlightenment or the breaking through or the cutting through, you will not get that through these retreats. You won't get that through some kind of, struggle and striving like that. We struggle and strive to give, not to get. Yeah, thank you so much, Oliver. It's good. Set a good example for all the boys and girls here. I don't know what you're talking about, Julian. I don't know what you're talking about. Why are you angry, Chicky? What's going on? Where's that anger coming from? Even better than why is to look very closely into where that anger is experiencing from, originating from. It's like a spring, right? The anger is like a spring that's flowing up, flowing out through you. So where is that coming from? Where is that flowing from? In the body. Where is the anger in the body? Where is the feeling in the body? Okay, we've got a wall. Looks like profile picture here. What is that? What is that in the profile picture? A little tiny red man face? Well, okay, talking about justification, we're still a little bit disconnected in how you're talking, Julian, but this is a little bit more. Faith that you don't need to do anything to receive God's love, that it has been done already, we only need to accept it, not do it by our own power. Yeah, I mean, we're kind of along the same pathway, the same route in how you're approaching this. But we just have to remember that the truth in that is that God is not your idea about God. That's the most important thing that you need to understand as a Christian. Your thoughts about God are not God. They never will be, right? And so this is where we actually get into prayer, we get into relationship with God, and we go deeper in our holy life, in our spiritual life, in relationship with God. There's no way that you can logically justify or believe that your thoughts about God somehow encompass God. Even we know the Bible is a text for, that human beings wrote down. And that text can be manipulated, that text can be changed. Where there's no golden rule in the Bible that says, God says, the Bible always represents the real, true, what I said, right? And if you understand that, you'll understand that, all kinds of things happen. So you can't say the Bible is ultimately true, because God allows, or does, depending on how you think about it, God allows all kinds of horrible things to happen as well. All kinds of abuse and torture and the worst things that you can imagine, God allows and accepts that or does that. So there's no rule in the Bible that says the Bible is undefiable or not changeable. So maybe God allowed, you could think of it like this, you could think that God allowed the Bible to be misconstrued or changed in some ways to test your faith. So really simplify and stabilize the mind, and to really have a depth of heart and a depth of awareness. And it's really, trust me, it's really not about getting anything. It's not about you. It's not about it's not about me. It's not about what I know, what I understand. I'm going to ride the motorbike. I might get hit and die a few moments from now. So recognizing that, I can detach and decouple from this real true person, a real true story, and to do that spontaneously and instantaneously. Not in terms of me like generating my spiritual ego. Now that might be a side effect, that might happen, but not allowing that to override my life, to rule my life. Let's see about this mount. Oi. So that's a really good question, Julian. So why are you doing all this practice? Well, it's like, it's a really good question. It's a really beautiful question. And I can tell that you have you have not just thought about this, but you've actually contemplated deeply about these things. Why are you doing all this practice? Not getting into sin, because that's not a mutually agreed upon term. In Buddhism, we don't believe in sin. There's cause and effect. I went to actually I was going to ask them to extend another day, but I went to the shop and the door was closed. So I talked with him through WhatsApp and he said, just pay the toll when you return it. So I'll probably return it now. I try to be as conservative with money as I can. I wouldn't open a circus and be the director, but I would open a meditation center at one point and be the director. That would be I'm fully equipped to do that now as it is. I would say that I will never be fully enlightened. That I will never become enlightened. You know what I mean? So that's where the non-self principle comes in. And that also, Julian, even though I think we're not fully linking up here in our communication, but I'm glad that you're willing to share and giving me the chance to share with you. A lot of people go down the Advaita Vedanta, Krishnamurti, Alan Watts, these different spiritual pathways, but they don't actually connect with communities of practice. Or they only connect with communities of practice that are inside of they're kind of limited. And so what Advaita Vedanta is kind of pointing to, what the Buddha is pointing to, what the ultimate truth is pointing to, is totally limitless. It has no limits at all. And we limit ourselves by having this idea of the I that becomes enlightened, or this idea of source that's just an idea in our minds. And so it's like you say, what is your mind? Right? So like, what is the answer that you have to that question? What is your mind? And then you say, the mind is source, or the mind is God, or the mind is the brain. Those are all just thoughts. Those are all just little mini accident. Those are all just concepts. So it's a matter of you investigating, you looking within, you diving within. Yeah, I'd have to agree with that, Julian. But it's not just about ourselves. So like, if we see someone in need, what they need is probably not us to tell them about what we think about, like the ultimate source of reality. They just need us to be there with them, or they just need a hug, or they just need to know that somebody is there, that something is accessible for them that's outside the boundaries of their life and their identity and their suffering. You know what I mean? So I would say, I do what I do is an oxymoron. I don't do what I do. And then we say divine above, but that means that you haven't trained, you haven't tested, you don't know what you're talking about. Because in the great way, there is no north and south. There is no up and down. There is no life or death. These are just words and thoughts and concepts and beliefs and etc., etc., etc. that we learn to go beyond. And then it's like, well, anybody can talk like this. Any random person can talk like this, but you have to question, and this also is it's just a way of looking, it's just a way of experimenting, but what is their experience? Who are their teachers? What kind of training have they done? What have they done in their life? And if the answer to that is, well, nothing, or very little, or don't think about that, then
you might have to look again at that. Because who do you want to build your house? Who do you want to help you to build your house? The person that says or implies, I'm a great carpenter, or the person who can share their experiences of practicing carpentry with you, that you can then say, okay, you know, I don't think this person, because of my gut, because of my heart, because of my capacity to know directly by my own understanding, I don't think this person is trying to unnecessarily lie or trick me or whatever. Now that experience isn't inherently better or worse than anything else, but if we can't make use of experience, then we're also creating a duality. But yeah, Julian, you're very Advaita Vedanta coded. I like it a lot. That's one of the things I want to talk with these Advaita Vedanta people, but they also very easy to have their head up their own rear end, and they're very pulled back. They're very self-interested in the way of no self, and I don't agree with that. Whatever it is, let's talk about it. Let's explore it. Let's experience it together. In terms of wisdom, not in terms of the ego. And also, if you are going somewhere to ask a question, well, you're at fault. Like the guest and host system. So it's like if you come here to eat my food, and I always talk with people about this, I say, this is my house. This is my temple. Well, be clear about what you don't know about Nightmare. This is my house. This is my temple. This is my throne of irrelevance. So the food that I cook here, and pretending that we can put this into a box of liberal and progressive, we're just a lunatic that's addicted to politics. It's your responsibility what food you eat. So if you're here eating my food and complaining about it, maybe it would be much better if you just go. Or go to war. We're outside of the laundromat, but I can't live stream while I drive. So I don't want anybody to feel excluded. Don't want anybody to miss out. There you go. But the I is the problem. I fully admit I know nothing. I is just another knowing. I is just another idea. So there's silence, and then there's the green rello bajabadoo. So what's that? Where'd that come from? So we're looking more and more closely, more and more deeply, and seeing that there's nobody looking, and seeing that there's not really anything to see. And in the midst of that, there's all kinds of people who don't know how to wipe their ass, or there's all kinds of people who need help seeing their own mind so that they can go about their business. So you just work with them where they are as much as you can from where you are. I don't think I don't believe in I offer forgiveness to I offer irrelevance to I. Everything, not something. Everything that is already not something. So that is to give out the blessing. That is to give out the blessing of the irrelevance of self. Yeah, this is already not something. So it's like where the Advaita Vedantists can go a little bit wrong is that the Advaita Vedantists have a very strong absolutist position of no position or whatever, right? But in that absolutist position, there is no thing. That's where I think there's a difference between Advaita Vedanta and Chan or Dzogchen or Zen. Because the Advaita Vedantists say not two, no separation. Everything is complete, right? I say there's no such thing. There is no one. There is no everything. There is no something to be complete or incomplete or whatever. So I think they've kind of made themselves irrelevant. And they say they don't have an attachment to that any system, but their system that they propose and the way that they talk is very absolutist. It can appear that way. But once again, you get into the case of, you're eating their food, so you can't go and complain about the food that somebody else is eating at their house. That's just ridiculous. But, they said the Buddha was a much better man than me, and I think people were a lot more fair at that time, and so that he was able to, kind of rub-a-dub-dub and get through all of that, the BS of any other tradition besides, the Buddha's enlightenment. So in terms of I being finished, or in terms of I being enlightened, very deep stages, very deep gradations. So I'm certainly not at the highest gradation. So should we now seek to not seek? Well, that's one thing you can do. But those gradations are empty, and the degree of gradation that you're at is the realization of the emptiness of gradation. I'd ask you for $1 million, Elon Musk, to start a meditation center. We'd have a conversation about that. And so when we get out of the personal, there's a lot more space and a lot more flexibility to go deeply. When we are fixated in the view of a self, or the religion of a self, or the religion of an I, we're always in like a life and death situation. When we can relax the I, no birth, no death. We can do anything. We can work together limitlessly, not just for ourselves, but for everyone, for anyone. I'm not sure what people mean by justification. You'll have to clear that up. It's like, how do you justify this? Well, how do I justify not justifying anything? And I also used to have that question. I would say, how do you justify asking like this? And I realized that the reason I was asking why that other person justified acting like that is because I was attached to what that other person was doing. And why was I attached to what that other person was doing? Because I was attached to what I was doing. Source is just a word. Source is just a concept. Source is just a thought. I don't know what ontology means. The reasoning for logic is that if you shit in your pants, you're gonna stink. Do you want to stink? Then don't shit in your pants. But sometimes it just happens. So then what do? You have to go and clean yourself up. Not that we need to detach, but that there's no other reliable option. You will lose everything. There's nothing that you're not going to lose. There's nothing that you can hold on to. It's like logic originates from the tip of a sword, or the edge of a sword. It cuts. That's the way that it is. And if you're in a situation like that with a sword, and you're face to face with a sword, guess whose logic wins? The logic of the sword cutting, and who holds the sword, etc. Well, you could say that you are holding your teeth. Every day I'm struggling, you can't say it's just rhetoric, because you're just putting like a few words down. I don't know what you're talking about. It's not clear what you're asking about. This isn't ChatGPT. I'm sharing my lived experience. This is my body, this is my mind, this is my heart, this is my 7 years of experience as a Buddhist monk. You can say justification, but that can mean a lot of different things to a lot of people. I don't necessarily know really what you're asking or what you're talking about. And my response, or what I'm sharing for you here, is not specifically about you. It's concerned with everyone. People who have different beliefs or views from you, people who are more or less interested in what you have to say or not. I still don't understand it. Yeah, maybe justification in front of the Lord or something like that, or explaining yourself. And I'm saying, where is the self? What is your justification for believing in a self? In the face of impermanence, in the face of the logic or true reasoning of no separation. the tree that you see is as much the sun as the sun is. No sun, no tree. No soil, no tree. No earth, no you, no me. So the distinctions between you and the earth are empty. They are platitudes. They are tools, you can say, tools for doing things. And you also have to understand, not everybody is going to have the same definition or the same understanding that you do. So it's not about being in a hurry to be right or to be in a hurry about proving someone else wrong, but it's actually a way of unfolding and exploring. And now devolving into just saying random things, as I already addressed, that you need to be more specific and more clear about what you're saying and what you want to talk about. And instead of listening to that and responding, you're just saying a lot of claims, a lot of evidence, you're not even typing properly. So you're using a lot of big words, but you're not stopping and slowing down enough to actually type properly and specifically and clearly to communicate what it is that you want to communicate. And now you're making absolutist claims of the laws of logic or universal. But at the end of the day, the highest law of logic, Julian, I don't know what you'd like to talk about now. Every Day I'm Struggling says the laws of logic are a universal. But the highest position that the laws of logic can take is the opinion or the thought of a monkey on Earth that has a very, 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 very infinitesimally small understanding of the universe, of even other planets in the galaxy or the solar system. So I'm not saying it's one way or another. It may very well be true that in some way that logic or that scientific code that human beings talk about as being, very, very true is somehow ultimately true. But the highest ultimately true that me or you can get to is the opinion of a monkey on a rock. And anyways, that's not what science is. Science is according to the variables that are known and understood and experienced. That's what we know. So every truth in a science, every truth of logic is a theory. And it's very wise to look at it that way. Because if, for example, we were to find out or to realize that there was another dimension of reality that we don't know about, we would all of our science would change. We would see that this logical principle only applies to this dimension. Well, we don't even know what a dimension would be. We don't even know what's all in the solar system, let alone the galaxy, let alone the universe. We're very, very small. And so people get very attached to certain ways of thinking. They try to justify their beliefs with this notion of absolute authority over everything. But nobody has absolute authority over everything. So we have to learn how to detach, how to humble ourselves, how to slow down, how to stop, how to relax, how to stop saying that's wrong and this is right, and actually get to work. Don't just talk the talk, walk the walk. Otherwise, you'll miss out on the fun of the ride. Let's go. Wait a minute, what did you say? What did you say, my friend? What did you say? 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 What? Let's get some big W's in the chat, everybody. Don't be shy with those W's. Let's get some big, big W's in the chat. What did you say? 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 What did you say?
What did you say? What did you say? What did you say? What did you say? What did you say, my friend? What did you say, my friend? What did you say, my friend? Come on, come on, come on. People are always talking about being right and all this nonsense because they're looking for meaning. But it's much more meaningful to be kind or to be generous or to start a garden than it is to pretend that your thoughts about things are somehow necessary. Maybe your thoughts are a lot less necessary than you think that they are. Because, Chris, we try not to give up. We try to keep it tootin', keep it moving, keep it flowing, keep it going, keep it alive. So people can be free to come and go, so people can say, oh, my friend, Mr. Monk Life Meditation, he's around, he's available. I'll go and see what's going on, take a rest, stop thinking, and be along for the ride. What did you say? What did you say? What did you say? Nothing. We're not debating here. We don't believe in debating here, okay? No debate. No reservations. Just show up and give. Just show up and give what you can give. What did you say? 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 Yeah, that's a good thing to ponder, Ghetto. And to meditate on it and to digest it, you know what I mean? Not just to think about it, but really, to feel that. To feel that consideration, that deep consideration. Hello? Card declined. Okay.
Moreover, in a year, I feel that it makes it very convenient. When the payment wise also, any problem we can. Now it's very convenient for me to transaction. Once we find the data, I know how much it is. What time it is. Check what time it is. Contact helps management better. Everything and zero.
Here we go! Hi, Luke. Luke, you are in our 1000 video special. This is the 1000th video on the Monk Life Meditation channel. We're happy to have you here. Come on, everybody, let's get those W's in the chat. Don't be sleeping on the job. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. W's for Buddha in the chat, everybody. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om. W's in the chat for compassion, everybody. Om Mani Padme Hum. W's in the chat for wisdom, everybody. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Mani padme hum. Om mani padme hum. Om mani padme Woo! W's for Buddha in the chat, everybody. W's for mindfulness. W's for doing good deeds. W's for generosity. Don't just think about it, do it. And also, don't think about it, just do it. True end of an era. Truly the end of an era. People who've been following me for a while, they know that I'm very skillful at speaking in tongues. Very skillful in speaking in tongues. And it's not just to entertain ourselves, but it's to stay mindful, not to let the mind drift, not to wander in thinking, but to stay concerned with joy, to stay concerned with compassion, to stay concerned with the Buddha, to stay concerned with mindfulness and detachment. I mean, that's what you're going to get. What you're staying concerned with is what you're going to have to deal with. So you want to do that as much as you can, if you know what I mean. Are we okay? Are we connected, everybody? I see everybody was slacking off on those W's because I wasn't watching the screen, huh? Hello, sir.
Yes.
I'm here to return.
Okay. So I give you back 40.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great. 40 back. Thank you.
I
I give you the key. Yeah. Now, how much does a bike like that cost to use one?
This one?
Yeah, if you want to
New
buy a
one
used.
is 9,000.
And used? How used?
Used by around, I think,
5,000. 4 or 5. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah. Well, another W. Hello.
一样一个。Hi, you can have a look first. There you go. 我觉得蛋糕里面是关于这些比较多一点的青色，开心果蛋糕，这个。它米糕，如果你想吃那个，你那个是个 non-veg 这个是蓝莓，你喜欢蓝莓？这个里面是开心果。
Can I get the Evergarden
Takeaway or having here?
for here?
Okay, sure. We have some food as well.
What food do you have in there?
Can we have 4 types of spaghetti. Then we have yippee and yaya. It's a hash brown.
Yippee and Yaya.
对，但它是 pastry，就是比较松的那个里面是甜，没有这边甜口，面包的
Just the Evergarden.
这个还有那个青色蛋糕。现在3个，因为小份的我们得多点。好，你可以录。Sorry, just now let me explain to her. Do you need me to explain again or it's fine?
I'm just going to get the Evergarden.
Okay, sure. Do you need a Wi-Fi?
Is it strong here?
Yeah.
Okay. What is it?
You can try. Hashtag
Okay.
Casa 113.
Good night, Ghetto Fab. May you be peaceful. Oh, thank you. I'll give you a shout out, Black Mirror. I'll let everybody know just how generous you really are. Of course you can, Gissan. Just put it in the message section, details section. Well, friends, we also have, so this is officially our 1000th video, isn't it? So let's get some, maybe we can share a little bit here for our 1000th video. You can share how long you've been following along, how long you've been involved in these videos, these live streamings, and that kind of stuff. How long ago did you start following? And we've also reached another milestone. We've really been popping off these days because we're officially at 14,000 subscribers. And you, I'll post it. Going beyond limits. There you go. Oh, really? She was kind of ugly? Well, we're all ugly if you cut us up and look inside. And, oh, that's great. That's partly why I stream so many hours, because I would have liked to connect with someone like me when I was a kid, or when I was a human. Thank you, Dreamtooth. Oh, wow, it's so beautiful. Thank you so much. Yeah, thank you. Tastes alcoholic. It's just like a custom soda drink, you know what I mean? Fancy soda drink. Fancy soda water drink, but it tastes flour inside. How to start learning about Buddhism? Start listening more closely to what's being said here. There's also a website that you can use, monklife.one, monklife.one. It used to be the website for me that somebody set up, but they changed it now to, it's like it's just like a resource website, so that's a good place to start as well. But maybe the best way is to see if you can find a meditation center, see if you can find a Buddhist temple in your area, and then just go to visit. Or come regularly to this Buddhist center, and slowly but surely you should know about Buddhism. Because I know a lot about Buddhism. Oh, shout out, okay. Big shout out to Black Mirror. Thank you, Black Mirror. This plant? I don't know. I don't know if it's real or not real, but how about this plant? You don't want to leave Earth. That's the thing, is that so many people get these ideas about spirituality. It's just like you want to skydive, or you want to have a really intense, special experience, or you want to heal very quickly. And that's just not how healing works, right? It's like if you're trying to skydive in spirituality, it's like you're going to be stuck skydiving. You're going to be stuck falling in midair, and there's nothing to grab onto, and it's very intense, and it's very scary, and it's very overwhelming. And so what we have to do is we have to work on our foundation. We have to work on relationships that we have with being concerned with the path. We have to work on making sure that if we do want to start studying and practicing Buddhism or whatever, that we have somebody to talk to and somebody to ask a question to when something comes up. When you say, okay, I read this book, I want to start meditating, can you, what should I do? We want to put ourselves into that position and then be ready to make use of what's shared with us. And along the way, we're becoming more independent, concerned with ending suffering. Buddhism is just like a tool to be used. Ultimately it's nothing. Just like everything is in space. And so it's not separate from space. So things and no things go together. Just a way of thinking. But thinking is also just like a tool. So, it's like when I say this is about doing good deeds with mindfulness and detachment, right? Doing good deeds, what's there to think about? What religion does that have to do with? Nothing. It means doing actions of generosity, doing good things, remembering to do good things. And that includes being virtuous and being a good person, remembering that it's very, very important to be a good person as much as we can, even though nobody's telling us that, nobody's reminding us of that. No self-help or self-improvement courses are teaching you that it's really important that you're good and not bad. With mindfulness, it just means being more aware, more connected to awareness that's not about thinking about things. And to detach means we're actively knowing how to let go. And detachment is not really something that we can do. It's more like being in accordance with the way that things actually are. So it's like a wisdom or an insight. It's a way of seeing clearly. So like that fear or that anger or that thought comes up that's difficult for you, that triggers you, right? And because you have the insight or do you have the wisdom, you can, it's like a releasing from that. You don't have to try to let that go. That's not you. That is already impermanent. So we're getting the insight into impermanent. Yeah, I ran out of clothes and it's been rainy, so I had to take my clothes to the laundromat. Eric, I'm 32 and I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years, and working with the monks and practicing the meditation has cleared a lot for me. Not just in terms of like my mental, but in terms of my life. So that I can be more available and more flexible and more completely free in this. It always has to come back to in this, because otherwise it's like a sales pitch or it's an ego dream. So this is not about dreaming, this is about waking up. It's like if spirituality was for you to not have cancer, but you have cancer, then it's never going to work. So this is that there's no such thing as you. There's no such thing as past or future. There's not really any such thing as cancer. It's just something that we call. You could be a religion, you could have a philosophy, you could have a culture where you don't think that death is a bad thing. Why not? Why couldn't you have that? You could definitely have that, or a religion that believed that. And so in that case, cancer would just be it could even be a good thing. So there's an emptiness, there's an impermanence, there's a temporariness in everything, in anything. There's like a unreliability of holding on to anything. This is about. Stephen, official, Tipitaka, yeah, Buddhism, Chan Buddhism. Yeah, my specialty and my connection is primarily to Chan Buddhism, but not really like, not really like the rites and rituals and things like that, but the deeper teaching and the deeper message. No blocking of true. You're schizophrenic. You have schizophrenia. Relax. Look at your life. Look at the way that you live. Look at the way that your house is. Look at the way that your mind is organized and how you're flipping out and stuff, right? Regardless of what's true, regardless of what's going on in the world, the last thing that the world needs is for you to be focusing on that stuff. Cat Stevens, what are you talking about? Why are you following celebrities? Why are you thinking about politics? Clean up your house, man. Take care of your life. Clean your toilet. Relax. Stop thinking about all this political, societal. You're nobody. And you don't have to be somebody. I used to be vegan, but I'm not now. It doesn't matter if false takes people out. It doesn't matter. It's not your business. You know, it's like you go around to coffee shops and you're telling people Cat Stevens was taken out. How schizophrenic are you? How psychotic are you, man? How out of it can you possibly be to think that that matters? But Cat Stevens, but be quiet, man. Relax and clean your room and clean your house and start to brighten up your life. Go to a coffee shop and sit down and have a piece of pie and relax. You know what I mean? Read a Dharma book, listen to a Dharma talk. And I know a lot of people who are schizophrenic. I've also dealt with schizophrenia, schizophrenic-like experiences. And I'm the winner. I'm the defeater. I'm the real power man. Okay? I dominate the mind. The mind doesn't dominate me. I dominate the world doesn't dominate me. So relax and step back and calm down and listen. I can help, I'm sure, because I've gone through it as well. Not like that, but I've gone through it in my own personal way. Yeah, but you're a nobody and you're not doing anything. You're coming into a YouTube live stream and talking about Cat Stevens. You've lost the point. You've fallen off the map. 100%. And a part of you recognizes that, which is the joy, which is the wonderfulness of life. But then we get into ego, but you, but me, but you, but me. Just let it go. It's not about over your head because it's in your head. Your life is in your head. What you deal with in your life is in your head. It's like thinking about what the people five miles away in their house are doing. It's not your business, man. And even if it was your business, that's their house, that's not yours. And you don't know what's going on over there. You don't know what's going on in the world, man. You don't. These are ideas, these are stories, these are concepts about people. And you haven't been there and done that, man. You're just thinking about things. And you're trying to defend yourself. Stop trying to defend. The veil is just your idea, man. It's just a thought. It's just another reason for you to not let go of thinking. Of, I need to think because the maps, because Cat Stevens, because you're a schizophrenic, psychotic lunatic and you've lost the point, man. But the government, but the microwaves, but this, but that. No buts. Just let go. Just relax. Just start to detach from your own understanding. Start to detach from your own way of looking at things and understanding the world. That's what I'm doing. And look at how many people are listening to me and looking to me for advice and information. Do you know why that is? Because I can detach from my own understanding. I'm willing to detach from my own understanding. I'm not playing games of you're revealing yourself. I forgive myself. I renounce myself. I forgive and forget myself. And I encourage you to do the same. Who cares who sees what? Well, you need to understand that they act that way because they're suffering. People cause others to suffer because they themselves are suffering. So you can have compassion for them. And you can look to the good qualities that they offer, the good resources that they share with you. You know what I mean? They have helped you a lot. They have offered a lot. Actually, if something happens, they'll be there to listen. But you have to relax the importance about your own identity. I wonder what's going on with the mic. How can it be popping? These are just the names and labels that are a way of describing the condition that you're going through. We have to relax more and more about the intensity of importance that we're giving to our identity. Well, we are here together. We can practice like this together. We don't need to overthink or overcomplicate about how to fix our lives or anything like that. Instead of wanting or needing it to be a certain way, we can accept the way that it is. Stop trying to control, stop trying to understand, stop trying to manage, and all that stuff, but just to let go and accept the way that it is right now. The way that it is right now is good enough. And if we can go more and more deeply into that good enough, there can be happiness, there can be bliss, there can be a sense of resolution that wasn't there before, and also resolve that wasn't there before, to keep moving forward, to keep refreshing and restarting and beginning again. If we can accept, if we can digest that the world is not what we imagine it to be, that there is no objective world for us to keep track of, then we can be timeless, and a lot of the negative and problematic aspects of our ego will be forgiven and resolve themselves, because so many of these stories and these situations and these problems that we're trying to solve are filled with time. They rely on time. So if we can stop seeking for something in the future, then the present can just be what it is. And when the present is just what it is, it kind of dissolves the past. Because whatever is back there, whatever we experienced or is kind of coming up again, is not coming up again. And then we're going deeper and deeper into that not arising and not passing away. And that's very curious, and it's very interesting to look at, not to think about. It's really not about us thinking about it. And that's why a lot of people say, you're talking in circles, this doesn't have any point, because this is not about something to think about. This is not to be thought about. I'm not talking about a way of thinking about it. Just don't think about it in any way. So this is being okay with not understanding. You can't do anything because you're not really there. We have a thinking disease in our society, such as thinking we are spiritual beings, or thinking we are material beings, or whatever we think. It's an addiction to thinking, and it's an addiction specifically to non-practical, complicated thoughts. if we were thinking practically and our thoughts directly related to our actions and how we work together or how we build or how we develop or how we take care or how we fix problems, the world would be a completely different place. So our thoughts are like complicit in our complacency and our fixation on consumption and on our continuous self-reification, especially about concepts. And because we're so addicted to this stream of thinking based on concepts that we were like indoctrinated into, we are at war with concepts that would interfere with our stream of thinking. And that's why people don't like to sit down and talk about things deeply that relate to the way that they're living their lives. Because we want to keep thinking, we want to keep doing what we've been doing, we want to go back to our possessions. Our possessions are really just thought objects. We want to keep running in our plans, running in our conspiracies, running in our thinking, running in our ideas about the world and how we need to do something about it, when really we are nobody. No up, no down, no left, no right, no past, no future, no here, no there. And just being open. And that's when we start to access simplicity and ordinariness. But some people are so addicted to thinking and so addicted to complicatedness and so addicted deeply in their thoughts that the very notion of stopping is inaccessible to them. That's why, like, no blocking of true wants to be here, but they want to be here in conflict. Because there's a part of them that senses the peace, the resolution of non-thinking, the fakeness of all of their beliefs and their ideas and their conspiracies, etc. You know, but they can't stop that. They can't accept that to relax and to release. So it's, yes, it's to say that you are nobody, but even before that, it's to say that it's okay to be nobody. It's a joy to be nobody. It's freedom to be nobody, to be going nowhere, to be doing nothing. We didn't to realize it. We didn't to notice it. Start by liking and subscribing. Start by listening more closely. Start by looking more closely. If you meet a friend on the path, don't be shy to follow them. See what happens. It's not in a hurry. Being in a hurry is what makes it impossible, and is also what makes you very easily manipulated and brought into BS spiritual circles that are, giving you quick enlightenment or going to give you the Reiki healing or give you the psychic reading or whatever. You just stop and stop being in a rush, stop being in a hurry, stop seeking, stop trying to figure out, stop understanding. Stop understanding, stop trying to understand. Truth is empty of truth. Popping, what is a popping? Is this the phone mic or is this the microphone? Where is the popping? Still popping? We just have to stop looking for special experiences or a special understanding or a special thought to see how special this already is. And then it's like this process of opening to how special this already is. With all the shit, with all the piss, with all the vomit, with all the evil, with all the good, with whatever it is. The preciousness of this is shining out like a pearl, like a jewel, like sunlight shining out. And it's kind of like once you've had, if you like coffee, once you've had good coffee, you can't go back. You know what good coffee is, you know what bad coffee is. So it's like as you deepen and open, your standards will change. So you have to let everything change. And everybody wants to be the good coffee, or everyone wants to be the special one, or the cool one. But it's overrated. Maybe the phone just needs a restart. It's kind of like we're becoming ready to die. We're practicing being ready to die. Because we're all gonna die. It's a no joke, it's a jungle out there. It's scary. So we all have our own coping mechanisms for how we deal with how scared we are, how vulnerable we are, how alone we feel. Because deep down we have a lot more intelligence than we're given credit for. We have a lot more sensitivity than we're given credit for. It's kind of like how the children, the babies, they can learn 3, 5 languages at once. You know, that's their degree of mindfulness, their degree of openness, their degree of depth. But because we treat them, especially like in America, you know, we treat them like fools, we treat them like animals, which is in itself is speciesist. But then they grow up and they can barely speak one language. How do you think the vocabulary is for modern kids growing up in America? They've never read a book. Most of the content that they've watched has been Marvel movies or anime with subtitles or TikTok videos. So we have to really take the reins, take responsibility, stop cheaping out on our lives. Because we don't have to. We don't have to be cheap. We can be expensive. Okay, I just pay for the...
Have you guys house drinks?
Yeah, delicious.
My car.
It has alcohol in it,
No.
but it tastes like alcohol. What is the taste?
Tonic. Then we cook the rosemary, thyme together.
Beautiful. No, it's delicious. I don't need to see it. Okay, I just pay with the phone. PayPal.
I think because the mix get together, like you feel
Oh,
like-
it's so good. I feel my body. Yeah, I feel refreshed.
Thank you.
Okay.
Have a good day.
You too. Bye-bye. Okay, how am I going to do this? And very, very patient with ourselves. Because we didn't, we got injured. Maybe when we were young, we got injured somehow. And because of the environment that we're in, we began to re-injure ourselves. Because the trauma, the suffering, it wasn't being processed properly by the community. So we didn't know what to do. We re-traumatized ourselves, or we dealt with neglect. And neglect is a big problem too. That's a major issue. If we're lost in the world of neglect. Because growing up, we need a lot of attention. We need a lot of consideration, No two ways about it. We really need that stuff. It's very important. And if we didn't get it, now we're 30 or 40 or however old we are, and we begin the process of healing, it's going to take a little bit. So it's not like being in a rush. Being in a rush, you're going to be very delusional and confused. Because it's just like the whole world. The whole world is a dream, or the whole world is a nightmare. Whatever it is. And just, then we think, oh, well, that's pleasurable, so that's really going to be great, but we're just seeking. Stop. This is the method. This is the method. This is the message. Stop. Stop seeking and start healing. Stop seeking and start healing. Wonder what's really going on here with all this this microphone stuff. Okay. Okay. Be quiet, no blocking. Shut up and listen, please. I know you're going through a tough time, but you have to relax. You're not the boss. You're not in charge. You're not the special important person that's going to tell other people what to do or to think. It doesn't make sense. You want to go to the coffee shop and tell them about the government and the aliens and the satellites and the people that are watching you. You just got to relax and cut it out. Let it go. Go for a walk. Relax. And this is the importance of knowing how to detach, how to abandon our own understanding. You have to detach and abandon your own understanding. You have to let go. You have to let go. This is far away. Oh, namaste. Namaste, master. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to cut you off. It's very welcome here, but you just have to calm down, you know what I mean? That's really important. And you know, it's not a place to pretend like to be here, to pretend that you're telling other people what to do or what to think or things like that, telling other people what's right. People have to give you consent for you to tell them what's right, what's wrong. Okay? Otherwise, it's just whatever. Okay, man, you are very appreciated. I think some of the rain got it. I'm not for sure, but we'll have to see. Hello, sir. Hello. So you know how to make tension in the body, but do you know how to relax? Relax all tension in the body. Assalamu alaikum. Relax all tension in the body and let go and be still. And what happens when you try to do that, if you just try to raw dog it, if you just lay down and focus on your breathing and try to relax the body, actually what you'll find is there's a lot of tension, not just in the body, but in the mind. That's why one of the things that you can do, Hey Bay, for example, you can listen to a guided meditation. You can listen to a guided meditation by this monk by the name of Ajahn Brahm. Very powerful, very wonderful. It's a good place for you to start. It's a good place for anybody to start who wants to practice meditation. Maybe somebody can write down Ajahn Brahm's name in the chat. No. AJAHN. Maybe somebody can write it down for you. AJAHN. No Space Cool. No John Brahm. All right, Chippy Flippy. Ajahn Brahm. So you can go just to YouTube and type in Ajahn Brahm, or you can type in guided meditation, Ajahn Brahm. And that is a really good place to start. Really, really good. Another good place to start, especially for you bed dwellers, for you computer users, go out and walk. Don't walk on your phone. Don't walk and try to live stream and be some kind of internet personality. But just go and walk and breathe and connect your breathing with your body. And when you notice the thoughts, when you notice getting pulled up and mixed up in the thoughts, you relax that and you go back to the breathing, being with the body. You can even put it in this way, using a mantra. Like as you're breathing in, I have arrived. As you're breathing out, I am home. So reorienting and reprogramming the thinking mind. Not by thinking, but like by mindful walking. And if you need to make use of that thinking to keep you connected with the mindful walking, you can use the mantra. Amitofo. But we can do it. That's the joy of it, right? We don't need to do it, but we can. And there's a great happiness in that. They say the greatest gift that we can give and the greatest gift that we can receive is the gift of the Dhamma. The gift of the teachings leading to the ending of suffering. Not the gift of the teachings leading to Archangel Michael or Reiki 562 Hertz, but the teachings that are concerned with the ending of suffering. So you can give it a shot. You can really give it a shot. It's a thrift store. It's a good place to check out. See anything?
Hello? Hello? Ryan? Yeah, what's it? Ryan? Oh, jeez. Hello? Hi.
Hello.
What the hell? Ryan, can you stop? Sorry? Yes, wait. I want to pay the uncle. Uncle is at the back. I want to pay the uncle and then we can go off already. I'll come and see you. No need to come out already. Okay, huh? Okay, or not? Okay, okay. This is a thrift shop. I'm sure you're aware
Yeah,
of
thrift
it.
store, yeah.
Because the person is the uncle alive? Nah. Uncle. Why?
Okay.
Come on now. Don't pretend. Oh. There's nothing in here. It's empty. It's all empty. Stinky smell. Look. Look, everybody. Baby elephant in the wild. Wow, Malaysia, huh? That's amazing. A baby elephant in the wild. That's absolutely amazing. Baby elephant.
Bodoh, tahu letak tiga sepatang bagi orang lah. Oh, bodoh bagi lah. Bodoh memang tarik kan lah. Nak dalam 3 je. Tak ada buat saja lah bagi dekat lain.
Hello. Where are you from?
From Malaysia.
You're Malay. Are you Malay? What do you do today?
Huh?
What are you doing today?
Work.
Working. What working you do?
Ada clean or
Yeah. How old you guys?
apa tak tahu.
How old are you?
Huh?
How old are you?
Ada
18-year-old? years old? 21? How old?
19.
32. 22. 3 2. 22, sorry. Haircut. I stay in Islam, right? I follow the Buddhism. Chinese Buddhism. So I come here meditation. Yeah, meditate. And I also live stream. Yeah. Yeah. You want to say hello? Okay, here. You say hello.
Yeah, hello. Giờ có mấy gọi video. Hi. Hi.
Wild elephant. Hello. Wild elephants in Malaysia. Elephant is the sign of peace and the sign of strength. Many times there's a story. Actually, I can play the song for you. I think you will like it. And actually, our minds can be this powerful.
Wars dark after night, bones of beasts and humans, down the cypress path, an elephant came charging, new moon on the rise, full of crazy anger, fire in her eyes. She was drunk with sorrow, water laced with wine, crashing trees and temples down, all along the line. Her great feet shook like thunder, lightning in her gaze. Every second stretched to 1,000 days. The whole wide world was singing of man and war and art. The Buddhist smiled at the elephant in his heart. The Buddha was a gentle rain, fell over the land. He held the mighty elephant like a lotus in his hand. The elephant stood frozen, like she had turned to stone. Such a force of kindness the beast had never known. So she swept away the dust from her master's feet. This Buddha beamed with loving kindness down the broken street. The giant tears came falling down like crystal rain. The Buddha came to wash away her pain. The whole wide world was singing of man and war and art. The Buddha smiled at the elephant in his heart.
So, the question, right?
how can I get more involved with Buddhism? How can I get more involved with peacefulness and power and freedom in my life? Go to YouTube Music or YouTube, search for Healing Songs from Blue Cliff Monastery. Healing Songs from Blue Cliff Monastery. You can take a screenshot.
Buddha on his daily walk, take alms for the poor, came to tame an elephant, love instead of war, miracle of true love, like a constellation shone, to the force of kindness the world had never known, and the whole wide world singing of life, war and art.
Smiled at the elephant with his heart. Wide world was singing of man and war and art. The Buddha smiled at the elephant with his heart.
So, naturally, I aspire to that. I aspire to be a Buddha. I aspire to be like Buddha. But this is realistically, this is the Dharma ending age. And you can imagine in the time of the Buddha, 2,600 years ago, people were already. Thanks, guys. Assalamu alaikum. People were already worked up by the world of men, the world of women, the world of desires and the world of fear, the world of war, and the world of art, entertaining, right? Entertainment. And that was 2,600 years ago. People are already lost in that. And the Buddha's presence was so deep and profound and ultimate that literally there was this raging elephant that the story is that some poachers, some hunters had found this elephant's children. And, elephants are very emotional, very intelligent, and they killed these baby elephants. And somehow the elephant actually, drinking water laced with wine, or water laced with anger and being this kind of desperation of loss. And this elephant was charging through the villages, tearing down homes, tearing down buildings and shops. And eventually the Buddha came across this elephant, and the elephant was charging. And the Buddha's kindness, the power of the Buddha's mind was so profound and deep and resonant that it actually stopped the elephant in its tracks. This mother elephant in rage and sorrow. And the elephant kneeled down and cried. And so this kind of thing is really possible. Did it actually happen that way? I don't know. But it's really possible. Ajahn Brahm, who we were talking about before, there's a story of, in Australia, there's a prison. And in that prison, a part of the forced prison labor is actually they work as the butchers or as the murderers of the cows, right? And this one man, he was a very hardened man. He was a real bad dude. He had a lot of experience fighting and even killing, and he was in jail for all of that. And it was his job to kill the cows one after another as they went down the butchering line. And it came across a cow. He came across a cow that actually looked in his eyes and started crying. And he couldn't kill that cow, he wasn't able to do that. But that experience for him, this hardened man, was to find compassion, and to find this, like, there's something deeper in life, there's something more meaningful in life than killing and war and anger and frustration. So it's said that, in the Dhamma ending age, there's this relevance of wrathful compassion, and in some ways I feel that there is that relevance, there is that need for that to reach people, because my audience and the people that come across me and the people that I reach while on this path, you know, a lot of them are just subsumed, are just drowning in a world of greed and anger and delusion, where there is no access to the teachings of the Buddha, where there is no access to the path. And you know, somehow it's like I have to be the charging elephant, you know, rather than the image of peace and compassion, because otherwise you just won't be able to reach people, you know. But hopefully that's not a coping mechanism for myself and my, you know, my failings, but as the intention there, it's the idea there. And that it's not black and white, you know, and it's why we don't get drunk. It's why we don't drink alcohol. It's why we don't get high, because you never know when anger is going to come up. You never know when greed is going to come up. You never know when delusion is going to come up. And you have to be ready to deal with it. You know, you have to be ready to step forward and to change and to transform and to look deeply and to listen deeply. We try to ride these waves of convention, or our usual way of thinking about things, or our usual way of judging people and putting them into a box. But we should all aspire to be like the Buddha. We should aspire to be the person who meets a mass murderer, a serial killer on the path, and offers them compassion and wisdom instead of judgment and hatred. So it can seem like that's very far away, but that's, you know, we can offer kindness to the rampaging elephants in our own mind, in our own life, of anger, fear, greed, whatever it might be. How? With mindfulness. It's not hypothetical. You're going to deal with anger. You're going to deal with delusion. You're going to deal with thinking things are a certain way when they're not really that way. You're going to deal with greediness inside your mind and in the world. And so to be mindful enough and not lost in compulsion enough and balanced enough to offer fearlessness to fear, to offer kindness to anger, to offer detachment to attachment. That's what it's all about. And it's not like you can take out your card that says, oh, I'm a kind person, and then get people to read your biography. Life just isn't like that. What's your biography? What's your resume? Just being kind now, just being mindful now, just not being attached now, just not being lost in thoughts now, just walking beyond walking now. More. I want more. Okay. I know you want more. And I'm pretty sure you're gonna get more. But can you just stop for a moment? Can you relax for a moment? Can you be open to the idea that it will be okay if you don't get more, that it will be okay if you just relax, if you just focus, if you just don't think. Sing a little bit. When we are stressed, yeah, we can definitely meditate. We can definitely do prostrations, but we can also sing a little bit of a song. Breathing in, I go back to the island within myself. There are beautiful trees within the island. There are blue skies and water, there are birds, sunshine and fresh air. Breathing out, I feel safe. I enjoy going back to my island. Because there might be, when you don't pursue that seeking, when you don't pursue that desire, there might be some unfolding that takes place, some opening that takes place, some restructuring of the identity and the ego that takes place that would not have otherwise happened. Because our compulsions, the way that we're used to doing things, it keeps us locked in. It's like a locked-in syndrome to those habits and the ways that our mind usually is to keep being like that. But if we can step back from what we're used to doing, what we're used to thinking, how we're used to reacting, how we're used to being, everything may change. And you may notice that everything is changed. Everything is always changing. No thing is reliable. No experience is reliable. Gassan, are you asking me what my morning ritual is? Well, I don't have to tell you, you can go and see. Go and watch the videos from the past week. But I get myself up, wash my face or take a shower, then walk to the graveyard and start the live stream, start screaming in the cemetery. Malaysia. Kind of like an investment. So it's like if you put a deposit or you put a certain amount of money in like one of those 5-year or 10-year investment things, right? So you get so much guaranteed percentage over so many years. If you, okay, yeah, you invest that money, you put that money in, but then if next week you're trying to get that money out, you're not going to get much back, are you? So this is like we're investing in our merits. We're investing in our mindfulness and detachment. We're investing in not fixating on a particular self-identity. And for that investment to have a return, we have to be active. We have to be engaged. We can't just let it sit. If that money just sat there, you wouldn't get anything back for that investment, right? So let the movement and the engagement and the involvement take place. Then you can get your reward of uninvolvement. You can get your reward of mindfulness and detachment. Gasan A, be nice. Malaysia is a very multicultural place. It's not nice to call anybody mean names. It's something I'm working on. That's something that's a part of my practice. Buddhist shop. Oh, namaste, namaste.
Hey, bro. Yes, what can I help you?
I was a Buddhist monk for 7 years.
Okay.
So that's why I saw this a Buddha shop. So I know this is a place that one way or another belonged to me because I was the Buddhist monk for 7 years.
Which
So-
level?
All over the world. Thailand, Myanmar, Sri Lanka, Laos, South Korea. But my teacher is from Myanmar. He has the temple here in Malaysia. Maybe 4 or 5 temple. Nearby the Bodhi Heart. Yeah. So these are all the Buddha images, right? Buddha power here. Okay. Amitofo, Amitofo. So buying and selling Buddhist images like that, probably not, right? Probably not correct. But better to be surrounded by Buddhist images that you're selling than, pornography or something like that. And we know about our intention. When we know more and more about our intention, then we can be more playful. We can be more open. We can be more flexible. But when we're just starting to work on that idea, like what is my intention? What is my way of engaging, my way in being in the world? Like what do I want out of the world? What do I want to give to the world? When we're just starting to process that and think about that in a way that's not just about ourselves, we do want to be very careful. And anyways, you always want to be very careful because there can be major side effect from all kinds of things that we do. So you have to be ready to deal with the side effect, deal with the pushback. Yeah, gay is okay. Gay is okay. The thing is just that we give too much importance to our sexual desire in life. We make ourselves to be just like the animal. So don't try to make yourself to be just like the animal. You have sexual desire for men or women or whoever, that's okay. You have some identity, that's okay, but you don't need to make a bigger deal out of it than necessary. And even if we have an opinion about what other people are doing, it's more important that we work on what we're doing. Easy to find faults in others. Convenient, right? To look around and point the finger at everybody else. Very convenient for our ego. But to actually be so involved with our practice that our eyes are primarily seeing our own actions, that is like the bitter medicine for the self. Combine creativity with generosity. You got all these people that are doing little paintings and they want to start a painting business or something like that. Or digital artists. Look, you should use your skill, you should use your power and your abilities to support the ending of suffering. And the communities and the adjacent philosophies and all those kinds of things that are working to end suffering. You should be ready to do that. You find a way to do that. Because art, if it's about making money, can become very polluted. But if you're using your art and your skill to benefit others, not in some vague or idealistic way of, wow, my art is so good, I better put it out there because it really helps people, but in a way of service, in a way of cooperation, like a homeless shelter, like a Buddhist temple, like a single mother's home or a women's protection clinic. Hey, I'm an artist. Can I do something for you guys? Can I do something for you gals? So whatever it is that you have, you can consider about how can you give that. It's much more reliable to do that rather than to think about what you can get from that, through that. You see what I'm saying? If I was thinking about what I could get from helping people and sharing with people and doing live stream like this, I don't think I'd be able to go and go and go and go. Because what I will get is not for sure. But what I can give is for sure. So I can keep giving, keep giving, keep giving. You see what I'm saying? So that it's not about myself. So that it's not about my ego. So that it's not about my fear. Well, my desires. So then it won't be about my fear. Not about I. Not about separate self to defend or protect or what have you. And that doesn't mean that you just splatter yourself on the side of the road and start doing Buddhist chanting. But it means you combine your skillfulness. You combine your skillfulness with this intention to give and to help others who are suffering. And coincidentally or not coincidentally, this is one of the best things, the best ways that helps you to suffer less. What sort of art do I do? Graveyard screaming. Graveyard throat singing. Graveyard vocal art. I am a cloud. I am the blue sky. I am a bird receiving its wings. I am the sunshine. I am the mountain. I am the earth receiving a seed. And I am free when my heart is open. Yes, I am free when my mind is clear. Oh dear brother, oh dear sister, let's walk together mindfully. This is a Buddhist association. See if we can get in trouble. What kind of face do you see on that Buddha? What kind of expression do you see? Seems like a nice place. It says on the outside, it says this is the Penang Buddhist Association, but actually it's an old folks home. It's a nursery home. What kind of expression do you see on Buddha's face? That's one of the practices we do actually in Buddhism, maybe a little bit esoteric practice, but we look to see the expression on the Buddha's face to kind of see about our own mind. Amitofo. But see, these places, I mean, they're just, you know, Buddhism in many ways is like an old folks' home. Amitofo. Like an old folks' home, like something degrading and dying and, you know, very conservative. It's because for me, you know, what I would wish or what I would want is that there were tons of monks and nuns, you know, serious practitioners inside of these places, but usually, you know, it's a handful of old monks or old nuns. You know, a lot of emptiness in these buildings, which I suppose is a good teaching. And this one looks like a kindergarten. Penang Buddhist Association Kindergarten. Padika. I'm headed back to the temple. I returned the motorbike, and it's about an hour walk back to the temple. So I just walking to get some exercise. Yeah, right next to the nursing home. Can see these interesting buildings here. Kitsudagarbha Dharma Assembly in August. This is like a Buddhist event. Kitsudagarbha Dharma Assembly for repaying kindness and sharing blessings with all beings. Kitsudagarbha Sutra, Debai Chan, Sutra, Great Compassion and Gratitude Repentance Ceremony, Samadhi Water Repentance Ceremony, and food offering. Sure. Am I going to get tickets for the events? Usually those things they don't have tickets. You just go. But the people go there largely to donate and to give. Because a lot of Buddhists, Asian Buddhists, don't practice meditation or don't study like Buddhist teachings. Their primary way of being in relationship with their Buddhist practice is to donate to the temple or to the monks. And they believe that through donating like that, they get blessings. Blessings in this life and blessings in the next life also. The Salvation Army seems to be like like an arm of Christian missionary work. So they'll probably be in a lot of places like this. This tree. Malaysia is a Muslim country that has large Hindu and Buddhist and Christian populations. But it's not exclusively Muslim, and it's very open to the other religions. Here, if you like that tree, you're going to love this one. can see how big it is now. Before, you cannot see how big the tree is. This one too, look. This one has a little chair. Nice property. What's with all the Australians we have in here? This is a nice building too. Well, I've got a heavy load with me, so I'm a little bit tired. Oh, Suchi Foundation. There you go over there. Amitofo Shifu, Namo Guanxin Pusa. Look, a monk on a motorbike. this is the building for the, I guess, the Tzu Chi headquarters in Malaysia. Tzu Chi Foundation is one of the 3 major schools of Buddhism, Mahayana Buddhism, from Taiwan. So in the 50s, 60s, 40s, 70s, around this time, there was a cultural revolution in China. And a major part of the cultural revolution was that they kind of disbanded and broke up and destroyed a lot of Buddhist temples, artifacts, cultural sites. They're alleged to have killed monks and nuns or forced them to disrobe. And so the monks that wanted to continue and not give up and could escape to Taiwan. So Taiwan is still like an offshoot of China and a very Chinese culture and society, but it's very Buddhist as well. So this is one of like the 3 houses of Mahayana Buddhism from Taiwan. The other one being Shifu Shengyan, Dharma Drum Mountain, and the other one from that being I guess it's Shiyun, City of 10,000 Buddhas. This one is very much focused on social work. The Shiyun, or Humanistic Buddhism, City of 10,000 Buddhas, is very much focused on social work and also just Buddhism in general. And I know that's the one I know less about. And then Shifu Shengyan, or Dharma Drum Mountain, is very focused on education and practice. So big Buddhist organizations. But over time, there are less and less people who want to ordain, less and less people who want to be monks and nuns. So there's two forms of Buddhism basically, other than Tibetan Buddhism, which is its own thing, and that's Mahayana and Theravada, or Chinese Buddhism and Southeast Asian Buddhism, all originating from India, but then moved on from India. So Mahayana Buddhism is like Japan, South Korea, China, Taiwan, Vietnam. I think that's all. And really the only Buddhist country for Mahayana Buddhism that's still like functioning and alive in terms of like new monastics is Vietnam. So in Vietnam there are many. How to go inside to see? Nothing. There's nothing here to see. So in Vietnam you have like Buddhist universities with every year hundreds or even thousands of monks and nuns, new monks and nuns who sign up and want to get educated and want to be involved with Buddhism like that. It is reducing quickly, less and less year by year. But like in Japan or South Korea, you would maybe have 20 new monks and nuns a year. 20, 50, 100, something like that, new monks and nuns a year in like South Korea. And in Japan, you'd have like no new monks and nuns a year because it's become kind of like a family system. So the father, the passes it down to his child, their temple. But in the Theravada or Southeast Asian Buddhism, then you have, thousands and thousands and thousands of people becoming monks regularly in Thailand and Myanmar. So, but yeah, these places tend to be insular, very limited, very closed in. It's oftentimes extremely difficult to talk with anybody who's not either very busy or has any idea about I sound a little jaded maybe, about Buddhism or meditation. You know, everyone's busy doing their work, and that's because there's a lack of serious practitioners and people involved. So it's a real shame, you know, Buddhism can't survive like this. And Chinese culture already, they value what is, they value what's old, they value what's traditional, that it's very important to them. And so in the Buddhism specifically, it's just more and more conservative, more and more traditional, more and more limited, more and more inaccessible. And it's the same too in the Theravada countries. They just have a lot more, you know, everybody's Buddhist there, but the young people can slowly get more and more removed from the Buddhist engagement. And that's why they say, you know, this is the Dhamma ending age. This is the time of the Dhamma coming to an end. And it's not a Buddhist country by any means. But here you can see gated and walled away. You go to the gate, they say there's nothing here. Wow.
Hello?
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 Yes.
Hello. Brother Robert, is your phone fixed up already?
Yeah.
Then okay, I send you the ticket. Okay, I send you the ticket. Or you give me your email. Never mind lah. No need email lah. I can WhatsApp you here. Okay?
Oh, yeah, what's up?
Don't
Okay.
worry. Can. I just want to check with you only. So I will not buy the ticket for you return. I will be back on the 8th of September. But if you want to stay in the temple with the master, if you feel that it's convenient, you talk to him.
Okay.
And then if you want to travel any place, you travel
Okay.
until you come back.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Yeah.
No problem.
See you soon. Bye.
Okay.
So the Dhamma ends because it's not just the. It's like how we talk about the importance of having a teacher, or the importance of connecting with someone who is experienced on the path. So if it was like carpentry, it would be that, like, carpentry developed and sustained itself through more and more people. Like, there was an original person who realized you could do carpentry, and then he became a master carpenter. And he taught person after person after person after person, and those people taught person after person, and those people taught person after person, etc. But eventually, people started to forget that it was possible to do carpentry. And eventually the last person who knew, who was for sure, was certain that you could do carpentry, passed away, or who was absolutely sure. And then you just had these people who were kind of sure and less sure and less sure. And then eventually the person who had any idea at all that you could actually do carpentry and use tools disappeared. So even though the tools and the writings and the carpentry textbooks and all those things were there, nobody knew, nobody believed that you could do it. I'm just waiting for my taxi, for my Grab taxi.
Actually, you cannot stay at this area.
This is a criminal area?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm not, I don't want to be a criminal.
Okay, you okay?
Oh, thank you. That's not maybe a very good analogy, but the traditional idea is that the Buddha was the first Buddha of this age or this era to become enlightened. And so what we know now as the Dhamma, it's been written down and it's been codified and it's been explained, right? But that is not the real Dhamma. That is not like the mind transmission of the Buddha. So the idea here is that the reverberations from the Buddha's enlightenment will eventually get finer and finer and more subtle, which means in practical terms that there may be a lot of monks or there may be a lot of Buddhists, but there are very few Aryas, meaning that there are very few stream enterers, or there are very few non-returners, or there are very few Arahats, right? And then eventually there will be no Arahats. So that even though the teachings are there, and maybe even though there are Sotapannas, stream enterers, people who are somewhat enlightened around, there's no more Arahats, no more people who have final enlightenment. And then those people who are Aryas, meaning enlightened, not fully enlightened, but semi-enlightened people, will also begin to fade away from this human world. So that eventually there won't be anyone who's enlightened anymore. The last person who was enlightened will pass away. And so even though the Dhamma is still around, it will just be conventional knowledge. It will be conceptual. It will be like rites and rituals. And so that's not the Dhamma that the Buddha taught. That's also can be a confusing principle for people because they think that the Dhamma is like the records of what the Buddha taught. But imagine if you had a record of what the Buddha taught, but it wasn't in a language that you could understand. And so for a lot of people, even though it's in English, they can't necessarily understand it because it's not being conveyed in a way that connects with them, that releases them. So it's just over time that becomes less and less enlightened teachers and things like that. But that would be a cool question to ask someone like Ajahn Brahm as well. I'd love to see what Ajahn Brahm or Ajahn Sumedho, people like that have to say about it, but that's my understanding. Yeah. So even though it's written down, you can go and research it, how to do this, and you can try to learn how to do it again, but really the skill has been lost, has been forgotten. Nobody is accepting my my grab request. Okay, they accept. Yeah, I can drive motorbike. I rented one, but it's too much expensive day after day. And better to walk. Also with motorbike, it's cost to own, maybe the guy said 4,000 to 5,000 ringgit for the one I was using. So like $1,000. Like 1,000 US dollar. It's just that entertainment is getting too good, and also the luxury that people live in that's very isolated. So the luxury alone that people live in is oftentimes a lot greater than a king or an emperor would have lived in 100 years ago. And then you combine that with it being a very kind of like isolated luxury. So it's not that their luxury or how much access they have to pleasure correlates to like responsibility and leadership and community, but it's very, very isolated. And religion in general is all about community. That's why in a place like America, even though I'm not a Christian, and I don't necessarily believe in Christianity in that way, in the usual way, if you just take out religion, what do you replace it with? You have to teach something, in schools for children to understand, to emphasize virtue, to emphasize being a good person, to emphasize compassion and generosity and forgiveness and all these kinds of things. Hello, Jacquez and Jack. I think Buddhism is something unique. Buddhism is like a yoga. like a way of doing very deep internal introspective contemplative practices of investigating the mind. That's very, very secular, right? Very scientific, very specific. But in general, religion could be dropped or could be let go of as long as we become more humanistic, as long as we teach and practice humanism. So teaching generosity, teaching compassion, teaching forgiveness, teaching kindness, teaching aspects of how to look within ourselves and to be with that. No, Mr. Tahoe, places like this are very comfortable with like unused potential space. So there are many, many buildings like this, not just commercial buildings, but like Buddhist buildings that some teacher or some master created because they had a major donor at a particular time, and now it's basically empty, you know, and used for storage or used for whatever. And the ridiculous thing is, you'll go there and you see those people are still building. They're still making more buildings. So I don't know what mindset leads people to do that. But it's a lot of wasted space, if you ask me. What about this is like war? Never know why people do war. Well, the biggest war is the war inside of yourself. So don't be at war with yourself. Don't be at war with anything. Anything is just another thing for yourself. So don't be in conflict with anything. And who knows? Conflict may find us. Difficulties may arise. So it's all the more reason to appreciate the stillness, the openness, the simplicity, the calmness the ordinariness that we often take for granted and try to fill up. And that is really where our mind's abundance is. You know, where our minds become fertile and open, where we can plant the seeds that we want to plant and go in the direction that we want to go in. And this quality of opening, this quality of broadening out the mind. One of the exercises you can do, you take off someone called them pea-colored sunglasses. You take your vision, and what you can do is actually kind of look out, you know, look into the room that you're in or the space that you're in, and then put your attention on the periphery. So widen out your vision from just looking at one thing or focusing in on something, and like widen out the vision to see your periphery. And kind of relax, practice to relax and open to that, in that. But that's just first step. No, don't sniff any petrol. That's the same thing, the desire for something to happen, the desire for some kind of experience, right? Some kind of thing, something special to happen. When am I going to get what I deserve, right? And it's like we have to relax that whole deal to appreciate what we already have or appreciate what is already here. So widening out the vision and then bringing our attention, our awareness to like the back of the head, like the inside, after we widen out our vision. Like the inside, the back of the head. And then throw the awareness out into space. And it helps if you have like a spacious environment to be in. And the same with like a more quiet and more open environment. And then you find the place where the outside, the space, and the inside meet. And then just sit like a mountain. That's how he described it to me. PNY. Probably. I see it. If not, we can get a proxy because my teacher has about 4 or 5 temples here in Malaysia, so it's not difficult to get a new property if it's concerned with mindfulness and detachment. Hello. Yes. How are you today? Oh, that's good. That's good.
Everything here, everything there.
Oh, yes, that's right.
In 100 meters, turn left at the traffic light. In 200 meters, turn left onto Jalan Bell. In 80 meters, turn left. Continue for 400 meters, then turn left onto Jalan.
So it looks like going to Indonesia on the September 4th. Jimbuni, the idea here is that the greatest astral realm of all is the life that you're, well, life as direct experiencing. So the way that we astral travel in Buddhism
is that we reorient towards this moment by moment experiencing that's not story based, and rightly to accommodate breathing along with it all, for sure. With whatever it is, you've got to breathe, or you'll pass away. You can also experiment with holding your breath and being mindful and being aware. So it's this idea that these special experiences, whether it's driving a jet ski or flying to another country, or some plan, some project you have for your life, right? Some big experience you want to have, that these are just thoughts. And that what's actually happening is not what we think is actually happening, but that what we think is actually happening is just thoughts. So it's a kind of seeming that way, seeming that way, seeming that way. But what's actually happening is a moment by moment cause and effect of and with not someone. Yeah, you can do Wim Hof, but it's the same kind of thing as the astral traveling. Like the real Wim Hof breathing in Buddhism is to just be with the breath that's happening now, and for that breath to be revolutionary. So it's like the reason that it seems that way so strongly, if you can feel into that, if you can resonate about that, is because it is just a thought. So it's almost like what we see, what we hear, what we feel, what we experience is just a thought. And that what's actually happening is kind of like noumenal or unexplainable or unknowable, ungraspable, and is right in our face. So one Zen master says, there is a real true person going in and out of your face all day, but you didn't see them, you didn't recognize them. So that real true person is like a personless person. That real true place is like a placeless place. That real true experience is like an experienceless experience. And that may be a bit heavy-handed to understand. But we can empathize with it. We can empathize with that, like seeing ourselves, seeing our identity as a kind of, as a thought. Just like any other thought, like I love potatoes or something like that. Now, where does it come from? Where does it go? So it's like seeing, oh, this is yellow. These are eyeglasses. This is a W. And especially with the colors, you can see that, you can feel that, right? What's yellow? Who says this is yellow? It's just a thought. It's just a word. It's just a label. So seeing without conceiving means we are starving the story-making power. Yellow. What's yellow? Yeah, with whatever way we're breathing, with whatever we're experiencing, staying calm and observant and open. And giving space and time for others to also feel like that and to connect with that energy and that presence. because they also may be having a difficult time in their own ways.
In 70 meters, turn left onto Tamangoli. Enter leftmost lane, then in 40 meters, turn left.
Is it okay? You can stop here?
It's okay.
Yeah, here is okay.
It's okay, no problem.
Continue for 100 meters, then turn right onto Long Air Turgeon.
So sometimes we do have to use
In 80 meters,
force or pressure, but most of the time we don't. Most of the time we can let go as much as we try to manage or control. If you know how to manage, if you know how to control, all the more important that you know how to let go.
in 100 meters, make a slight right. In 40 meters, make a slight right.
Sure, that's the way of generosity, that's the way of giving, without expectation. Getting entwined doesn't really help. And as much as you get entwined, know how to be unentwined. As much as you know how to be together, know how to be alone.
This way or
This next one, go, yeah. There's a place to turn around down there. Yeah.
it's very small here.
Yeah. This is the Buddhist temple here, down this road. Yeah, very small.
Very small. Cannot use two car.
Mm.
In 80 meters, arriving at destination.
So you can turn around in this parking lot, in here. Yeah. Yeah, you can turn in here.
You have arrived at your destination.
Okay, thank you so much. Wish you good luck and long life. Thank you. Hoo-yah. So I'm gonna go see if Mr. Whale is around and see if Mr. Whale wants to go for a walk.
第二，供养天地、诸天、天王、天人众、天仙众、天龙八部等，观想护法拥护空行天人众等，遍满虚空。第三，供养人道之一切有情众生，观想前方遍满无量无数人类。第四，供养阿修罗大之一切有情众生，观想前方遍满阿修罗。第五，供养神华、土地神、山神、龙神、水神、树神、风神、雷神、诸神众，以及一切护法圣神众和魔鬼道之一切有情众生，观想前方遍满魔鬼道。观想下方遍满地狱众生。念一下，观想自己往生父母祖先，观想自己往生父母七世父母，七世父母堕胎胎儿，堕胎胎儿往生亲友，往生亲友冤亲债主，冤亲债主现场所写，现场所写往生牌位有形，往生牌位有形。那观想呢，遍满虚空，我们把今天所有功德。亲戚朋友，人类身上，男女不分，冤亲债主，一切地方的那些谋杀的无上正法愿行
What's got very nice doggy, Doris? What's a barking like that for you? What a barking like that for you? The dog is good. The dog is good, not bad. Why is he talking like that, huh? Oh, it's very good. It's a very good, very sweet. It's a very good, very sweet. Ooh, tu 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 tu. Ooh, tu 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 tu. Ooh, manibinu, 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 manibinu. Ooh, manibinu, 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 manibinu. Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum. Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum, Om Mani Padme Hum. Okay, everybody, that's the end of our broadcast for today. Be happy, be well, be peaceful, be free from suffering, be kind to yourself, and just remember to relax and release. Let's all make a commitment, whatever benefits, whatever peace, whatever happiness, whatever freedom from suffering we've gotten from this live stream. May we share that and offer that out to all beings throughout all space and time. May we burn up and give away our anger, our fear. May we pour the liquor, the gasoline,
the juice of our mindfulness and detachment onto all of our attachments so that we can be free from suffering, so that we can help others more and more. Sadhu, sadhu, sadhu.